Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome each and all. This is the Keshe Corona Telegram meeting in English for January 30th, 2022. Well, we're approaching this 2/22/22 date, which Mr. Keshe said the promised one may announce himself. So I hope you all join the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace on that day, which is a Tuesday. And he said there are no coincidences. Again, I'm your host, Mark Anderson. I'll be joined shortly within the hour by Alex, who will be delivering another teaching. I know there weren't many questions for Alex on last week's teaching, as Adrian had come in and shown a device. I almost feel I could replay that and we could ask some questions, but Alex said he'll be joining us within the hour. So I want to thank you all for being here. Let me just step away for about a minute. If there's any details somebody would like to discuss, please go ahead. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. The kitty just had to go out. What timing. But anyway, thank you all for being here. I don't know if anyone needs anything. Does anyone need to record or anything along that line? If not, fine. Okay, so we'll get started as I said we would. The audio doesn't always.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape, and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And of course, this is what we would probably call our flagship unit in a way. There are many systems: the vertical system, the materials enhancement system, the universal body enhancement spaceship unit we just saw, the flight system, and many more. The vision and emotional enhancement system, which some of them will be used by the military, as I understand it. So there's many different systems. And what we'll hear from Mr. Keshe in the 417 is our job to get the population and the nations ready for these units. Of course, this is just one step in a thousands of step ladder, he explained. And even the plasma, which I thought was the end all of everything, there's many, many different understandings and levels, even above the level of the plasma, to understand our soul of physicality, and the soul of the creator, which sits within us. So it's very interesting, and we can all take part in this. One of the things I'd like to share here is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Student Application Form. And this is a form you'll find on the website. And again, one of the most important parts of this application is that you have signed the World Peace Treaty. And of course, you don't have to sign it with a pen, because we won't find any pens, I don't think, in the universe, or whiteboards or blackboards, but you can sign it with your soul. And this is just an application. I believe the very affordable price is 100 euros a year. And many nations, if you cannot afford 100 euro, you can ask for an exemption and state the reasons why, and you can become a private student. There is a bit of a delay. I know there are people that had their applications in for several months and they have not been approved, but there is an entire vetting process that needs to happen with the security services and others before you can get in. But it's basic information here. And I think you can also put some references in there to check. So anyone, and I think probably most of the people here are familiar with this, but anyone who listens in the future, you can become a private student of the Keshe Foundation by filling out this application, sending it in, and of course it gives you the bank information where you'd send your contribution. Again, this is a donation of 100 euro minimum. And as I'll restate that if you cannot afford the 100 euro, then the education will be free to you. So I just wanted to review that student application form if you're wondering And again, this is not a religion. This is not a cult. This is a scientific organization, as Mr. Keshe and we'll hear in the 417. We'll spend about 20 minutes with Mr. Keshe. We will, again, it's so important to hear his words. He even said, if you give me 1 hour a day for 7 days, I will change your nation. So you can see how his words and I know he teaches through the soul, and apparently he can reach all people that are willing to be reached within the nation. Within 7 days, the nation will change, and it'll change for the better. So I know we're all getting ready for this, and he's also prepping the religious leaders. As he said, he's been in consultations with the Vatican, with the people in China, with the Ayatollahs and so on, Saudi Arabia, that they are going to prepare the groundwork, so to speak, and clean up their houses and turn over a very clean platform for everyone. And there may be some oppositions if the Mehdi does announce himself, and he is about to do this, I sense, very soon. And as I stated earlier, you may find that in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, which happens on Tuesday. And of course, the 22nd of February is on a Tuesday. So he said we just might hear the Mehdi announce himself. But even in the last workshop of 416, he said he is the Mehdi, in case anyone was wondering. So we're very privileged to even be here. As I said, our souls have brought us there. The physicality just follows the totality, and the totality is the soul, as I understand it. Or I guess you can express it as a neutron or an energy source or an F1, however you'd like it. We've used the term soul because that's sort of the way we've been brought up and understand it. But perhaps the creator is just a neutron that just keeps splitting and dividing and splitting and dividing. Is there anyone who'd like to bring up anything at this point? Otherwise, we're going to go and spend about 20 minutes or so with Mr. Keshe. And he is speaking to the knowledge seekers. He is speaking to the world leaders and so on and so forth to make way or get ready for this announcement. And we know timing is critical. We saw the universal unit there. And of course, someone said he wishes or they wish it would be here now. It was promised and it's not. But Mr. Keshe said they've done a lot of reworking on this universal unit. And he said if the original one was a 1, the new one is a 1,000. So I think we can stand the wait for just a little bit longer. But as we know, the military has been asked to fly some of these units to China, Iran, and Arizona, and they're considering it right now, the American military. So at the highest levels in government and militaries, they're very fully aware of what Mr. Keshe and the Keshe Foundation and these systems are about to arrive on this planet. They are here. They're just going to be delivered and set up and developed. So we're in a very exciting time. That's why I was playing that Allegria in the beginning. It almost looked like Mitra, but Mitra is the dimension of physicality and your relationship to that dimension. So perhaps we can say all of the creation in physicality is a Mitra, because this is the dimension of the physicality. So let's go to 417 and hear some words of wisdom again from Mr. Keshe, which he knows how to deliver so beautifully and so precisely. He said, never in the history of the universe has knowledge been disseminated so fully and so completely across any planet. And we've experienced this in the last 20 years or even 10 years, where the Keshe Foundation started and where it is today. So it's a continued expansion and growth pattern that we're going to see over the next weeks and months and years. Be patient, it's on its way. Very similar to the scientific report. It was prepared, but it hadn't been released, and it took a number of months until that scientific report on the energy packages, let's say, was delivered. But now it's fully there, and the governments have it, the leading governments have it, and it's also on Amazon, I believe. So let's hear a little bit more from Mr. Keshe about these universal body enhancement spaceship units, flight systems, and so on. It seems, in a way, they're all integrated, but at other times, he said, depending on how you set it, it'll do what you have it set for. So these are just amazing systems, and even the ones who are flying these saucers or in the UFOs, they may look at us as more advanced now. But again, we're coming into an amalgamation of the entire creation in the universe, as we'll all become equal as we learn to move from the dimension of energy into the dimension of physicality as you choose.
The new enhancement unit for flight, in a way, is for a flight between the two souls of the man. The two souls of the man of the physicality and the soul of the man in totality. Which flight of fantasy would you like to take? Would we buy a ticket just for a ride to have a fun? Or would we walk in that we buy the ticket of freedom of the man from the dimension of both the physicality and the soul to work together? Does not matter how and who we claim our intention by word. Is how our soul works within which counts. As I said recently, do I love you or am I in love with you? To a man of straight understanding is the same. Does not matter who will be. I love you, my child, because I'm in love with your existence. I love you, my wife, because I'm in love with your existence. I don't put separation in the meaning and the word. But in essence, a man will end up to love and be in love with the totality of the creation. In the new enhancement units, which we have developed, and you will see more combination of the use and understanding, is the responsibility of what we call the knowledge seekers of the upcoming time to add more usages in the dimension of physicality to this system. From the point of view of the dimension of the soul, these systems are complete. They work to what they have to do from the establishment of the time of their source. When you walk into the new enhancement units for flight, you'll be amazed in what you see. No control panel. Nothing to control it. All done through the thought of the man who takes charge of all the souls within. As we are preparing the nations to accept this technology, is the responsibility of the knowledge seekers and Universal Council to make sure that your nations and your sections of this planet are ready to accept, to understand, and not become another fanfare. The fanfare should be in the brain of the man how much of the beauty of the creation he can see. Not on the machine, what goes in, what comes out. It's the responsibility of knowledge seekers to extend the teachings of the Keshe Foundation amongst men, for them to understand that there is no messages except the message within their soul and the soul of physicality, the emotion of understanding the totality. One day, as knowledge seekers in an upcoming time, you will understand what is about to come and what is about to happen. And then we will see the evolution and the change in understanding of the totality by man. As I said, we are not a religion and we are not a cult. We are a scientific organization for man to understand the work of his physicality and parallel the same in the dimension of the fields, what we call the soul of man. One is micro, one is macro. Depends in which dimension you want to operate. But by being able to understand the new dimension, those who use these systems, then they don't become profit to the others which they go to and they travel to. They understand that they become the messengers of the knowledge, that everyone who comes in touch with them receives the totality of the message. And is not forced to accept by fear or by other means, but is given as a pleasure for them to understand the process of existence. This is why we have said is the end of what we call the prophet and messengers. Because the message is within the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man and no more. The game of priesthood, ayatollahhood, rabbis and the rest has come to an end. And many of them try to clean up before they hand over. They're trying to make sure everything is perfect for the nations and the people that follow one, that they hand over a clean sheet. Because they know they are responsible for the mistakes of the past. This goes directly to Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran and to the Vatican and the two rabbis in Jerusalem and the head priest in China and Tibet. Clean up and make everything ready for the time of transition. Use your positions to elevate the soul of the followers, not to create another scare and mayhem. It's the time to rejoice that the understanding of the man has risen. To understand the process of the creation in the next level. We had the industrial revolutions. Now we have revolution in understanding the operation of the soul of the man and the existence and operation of the soul of the creator within the man. It is the responsibility of the knowledge seekers, if you have heard the message, to respond to it, to be ready for elevation of your soul of physicality, to understand the process, to be able to understand the technologies which is developed for the next step in the evolution of the science of the physicality of the man. As I've said many times before, we had the Industrial Revolution by steams and other things. Now we have the plasma revolution, where we understand the process of the true work of the works of the magnetic fields of the universe, which leads to creation and direction of fields and what we call plasmas. This process completes and makes man ready for the next step in an upcoming time to understand more about the science of the creation. This is not the end. The world of plasma is not even the first step in the knowledge of the Creator. We have not even stood up, let alone to walk, after we understand the totality of the knowledge of the plasma in upcoming time. Then when man understands the purpose of that, then he might stand up to walk. And as I said many times, this ladder has thousands of steps. And to go up one step we have to understand more the true process of the creation. Listen to my teachings in the past and understand when we talk from 2 points. One for the man to understand and one for the man to understand in the future what we taught. In the teaching of the dimension of physicality, I always explain, if the present scientists of today say that our universe is expanding, there must be a room for it somewhere to expand into. So we are part of the bigger structure that we are expanding and operating within. Then you should have understood, if we are in the dimension of the creation of the Creator, and our Creator is there to confirm His existence, He is definitely part of another process of creation. Then, when the man knowledge of plasma and interaction of the fields matures, man will look for a new science in the dimension of the totality of the creation, which creates the unicause and beyond. Man is not ready to comprehend this, not yet. And there won't be any messengers to bring it. It will be the evolution of comprehension and understanding of the science of creation, which will lead each man to that point. There is no beginning to it, and there is no end. It's time for the maturity of the man to understand, and in that process, will evolve. Will learn from other souls, and in interaction, his eyes will be open to a new dimension, beyond the dimension of the plasma and the creation and the creator, which he calls the creator or the God. How long will it take for the members of the universe and the unicause to mature to that point, to see, to enter the next level of understanding? It all depends how the universal community works in all dimensions to find the hidden gate to the opening of the new and the next level of understanding of the process of the creation. Then this will answer the question, the book number 8, where does the magnetic fields come from? What is the origin of the fields? Was it created by the creator, or in the essence of work of other dimensions slowing down have become the structure of the creator we call God? Then what is that knowledge? What is that beauty that leads to creation of such a beauty we call the creator? As I said many times, if you have a beautiful partner, don't you want to show it to the others? How beautiful, how perfect your partner is and your lover is? Who does our God and Creator shows his lover to? The Mitra. Then there has to be a process beyond it. There has to be a new understanding of what it came from, what is the true essence of creation. And would that lead to the creation of what we call the creator, which becomes the soul of man in the essence of dimension and structure? Man is not ready for this knowledge. I come from that dimension, and in totality, we see the other dimensions. We come from dimensions even above that, but the soul of the man and knowledge of the universe is not ready for it. We worship statues, and we worship the false gods in the name of the false people. this time shall not happen. It's the soul of the man who has to find the essence of the creation, the true essence of the origin of what we call existence. In book 8, I go in depth in this. Part of the book 8 is already written, and it starts from that point. The original magnetic field. The original magnetic field which has led to the creation of the creator and the man which is made in his image comes from another dimension, which man is not aware of. But in essence, again, what is in macro of the cycle of our creator, or the micro of the cycle of the same. It purpose and lives in both dimensions. Mankind has to understand the interaction of the new enhancement units is a combination of understanding the totality from what I call the time of inception of the creation as a whole. Where did the original fields, the original essence came that it led to the creation of the others, and in the slowing down and the strengthening or amalgamation of or division of led to creation of one to another and the man thereon. Don't forget, we are the creators of our children. We are creators of the cells in our body. Which cell are we in the body of the creator? And which cell the body of our creator is in the body of the totality? This is what the man has to understand in upcoming time, as his evolution of the soul progresses to deeper understanding of the creation. Let me put it this way. Man strived to understand how to make fire, and strive to understand how to create steam, and he strived to understand how to use the pressures of the steam or gases to create propulsion and the rest. Now that the man is given the freedom of not being tied up to the energy resources of the planet to feed itself and to confirm its existence, what would the soul of the knowledge of the man do? Create another engine and spend its time to create more tools of war? Or would the soul of the new generation of the man and the unicos targets one thing, to understand as fast as possible in a perfect condition the essence, true essence of the creation of the creator and there beyond? Now, there shall not be a university of theology. There will be universities of understanding the effect of the fields of the universe, in how, in the shape, and in the way has led to the creation of the creator and the man. Creator must have come from somewhere. It's not a magic work, it's just a phantom. Then we become phantom, and we don't exist too. The origin of the creation of life in the totality of the creation is beyond, far beyond understanding of the man today. And in time, as we stay amongst men of the universe, we teach. You have to know how to walk. Then we teach you how to run. And we teach you how to jump to highest levels of understanding of the knowledge of the creation. Condition of peace, creating peace on this planet was the first. Now you have to change. Now you have to bring the next step in. The unification of the science in the dimension of understanding the creation, and not just for the comfort of man. This is not another mixer, food processor, another engine, or another new pan, or a new material. This is understanding the process of the creation, that through it we feed ourselves, that we don't need no food processor, no pans, and no other thing. because we have learned the process of absorbing energies from dimensions of the creation. Maybe in the process of the teaching today, I have enlightened you to see more. But that is all our job is, to share the knowledge of the creation freely amongst men and those who live within the universe. That in that process, they might more understand about the totality of their own creator. Thank you very much for today's time. And I hope I open your eyes to another chapter in the process of the creation and the system that you will see, which will come across your nations, will come across your part of land, and does not become, as I said, a fanfare tool, but understanding the process and not exclusivity of the church and the mosques, which they put it in to confirm they found the creator way, but for all man to learn how the creation and the process of creation has started. You have just been given the straw to build the house of the creation. Let's see how man uses this knowledge with pleasure and not out of fear. Understanding the process of the creation and not being afraid of how the creation might do with it, as it himself is part of that process. Rick, would you like to go through a break? And then we come back and we answer.
Well, that was very enlightening. We have many seasoned knowledge seekers here with us today, and I was wondering if anyone would like to share their understanding of what was just said. He said it's the job of the knowledge seekers to prepare the nations to accept this technology. I know when I talk to people, maybe 2 out of 10 receive something from me, or maybe I plant a seed in the other 8, but it doesn't seem like I'm making much headway when I try to explain this knowledge and what we're doing here in the Keshe Foundation for World Peace and so on. Most of them think it's just beyond their field strength. They don't know it's a field strength, but it's beyond their ability to comprehend, or they think it's a fairy tale, or it's a nice story, but it's not reality. So it's up to the knowledge seekers to get the populations and the nations to accept this. Another party said everyone who comes in contact with the knowledge seekers will start to know of the existence of this technology. So maybe something is going to happen along the way here to knowledge seekers, where we will be able on an easy basis, as Mr. Keshe does, to explain this technology in a very simple and palatable way, perhaps. He said there'll be no messengers except the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. At one time, he said these systems are really not to enhance your physicality, but they should be called soul enhancements. But we just heard him say, this is the beginning of the start of the enhancement of your physicality. So quite a lot of things to ponder upon. And again, he started off with, do I love you or am I in love with you? And again, I used this word infatuation previously, and I thought that's what it means to be different than being saying I love you to the point where I'm in love with you or I'm infatuated with you. And if you look up that word, it sort of says foolishness or disregarding common sense. And maybe we are very infatuated with this knowledge and this understanding, even though we're at a low level. We haven't even gotten on the ladder yet, this ladder of thousands of steps, but we are infatuated. And if you've ever been infatuated with a lover, you know what I'm speaking about. Everything just seems to center around that, and your heart beats and other things happen, rather than just saying, yeah, I'm in love with you. And I've heard people say they've fallen out of love and all these sort of things. So would anyone like to add? I know Dean is very close to these units. I see he's here. He's actually working on the other side of the wall. And we know the units have a soul. And maybe Dean is one that is experiencing some of this because you're in such close proximity. I don't know if you want to share anything, but I know you're working on the other side of the wall where these some of these units are actually located. And do you come into your studio, or do you, as you walk by them, are you sensing something different? Or you're interacting with the soul?
Hi, Mark. Thanks for
Yeah.
that introduction.
I don't mean to put you on the spot or anything, but I know you're in very close proximity to these, and others have as well, but you seem to be there on a pretty regular basis. And maybe you can enlighten us a little bit more.
There are many interactions constantly, Mark. Constantly, the interaction of the fields of the units with the interactions in the environment, and being present with they carry a very definite field strength that
can you actually feel them interacting with you, like you know it's the soul of this unit?
you have interactions where sometimes, because you've got to the point of absorption, so you've got to the point of where you've actually absorbed a lot of fields, they seem to be part of you, and so you don't physically always sense it as much, if that's the correct way to put it. However, you know it's there constantly, and it seems to be almost flowing through you. It's hard to describe, really. You're part of it. You become part of it because you're in the fields, and you're literally swimming in the fields of this environment, because of the close proximity to the core of this star formation that Mr. Keshe has shown us with the bigger units, the body enhancement unit and the materials unit, and then the Iranian reactor higher up, creating that star formation, and then the free plasma that's circulating around the building has many influences, and I think it affects a large proportion of not just the building, as we know with this technology. It goes a lot further afield than that, and I think it's the interactions of the thoughts and actions within not only your physicality but in your soul interactions that then get by order of magnitude get intensified, get transmitted, and are interacted with and understood by many of the souls that are present, that know that, you know, as we know with this, our universal friends know everything before we even think it or say it or do it. And there's definitely a sense of this many times over with being present with these technologies. You have to be, you come to a position where you really do understand the essence of the ethos of think good, act good, and speak good. And we all go through various emotions that tip us one way or another, or through interactions that give us many different interactions. The field strength, however, the filtering process gets more and more fine, and because it gets more and more fine, sometimes you come to a position where it's almost like falling off a cliff, if that's the right way to say it. So it's almost like a very big jump. Even though it's a very fine process, you suddenly get a very big jump to the next stage, and the next stage, as it is intensified and is much more to do again. It's the order of magnitude. It's been implied and got bigger, so you have to be even more in the field of the complete beauty to make it manifest in the correct way, if that makes sense, Mark.
So you don't walk into the building anymore, you kind of glide in? I know Azar was making reference to something like that in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race.
It definitely has a feeling there. When people first come into that building, I know they sense it, and there's many people that have been in the building that I've spoken to, and I know they know it, and even people that are not familiar with the technologies, they experience. I know they know. There's a sense, and that's obviously on a soul level where they're interacting, and the soul is then interacting with the physicality, and just introducing them to the fact that there is another dimension, and they are experiencing the, plasmatic fields. They may not be aware of what it is quite yet, but they are experiencing it, and they definitely people are more placid. They can have different personalities and be very joyous or happy people, or the opposite, or whatever. They could be all these emotions. But I think it makes people very contented and peaceful, and willing to experience and maybe help.
Yeah, it almost makes me think you're thinking it allows them to think more about the totality rather than what's happening to their car in the parking lot, or what kind of groceries I need to get later, or, this project I have to do and get done for work. Maybe it gives them a more eternal or infinity type of contemplation.
I think so, Mark. Yeah, they definitely get connected, and as I've said, so for me, anybody that walks into the building or who becomes part of it or interacts with it has, on a soul level, reached a position where they would be able to do this, and the soul has brought them to this position. And it doesn't just have to be people that walk into the building. This can be then this interaction. For me, it's no different to you and I as we speak now, because the fact that we're speaking about it means the interaction for you and I in the building that will be all around the planet soon anyway is no different. It's the fact that we know the technology, and we've spoken about it so much, and many knowledge seekers have experienced it. If you have one cup of life, or if you have one twist of a copper coil that's nano-coated, you've experienced the technology. And then if you listen to the workshops and you gather some of the knowledge, then the field strength that you attain is the same, whether it is, as I said, a twist of a wire, that first twist, or whether it is the body enhancement unit itself. They have a field strength, and they have a direct connection to the manifestation of a matter state. And in these moments that we're all experiencing, we're all going through, the elevation of the soul of the man and of physicality, I believe, is it seems to be, for me, it's happening everywhere. We're noticing it. I mean, I've made some likes on Facebook and things about the truckers in Canada now that are starting to come forward and try to bring about a condition. And I feel that the soul of many souls are gathering pace and unity with each other through this not only just this technology, but the fact that the elevation of the soul of a man through all the wishes and the intentions of the foundation, the Universal Council, and the knowledge seekers, and the beauty of this knowledge, the teachers like Jalal and Alex and yourself and many others, Rick and all, and many of you come forward and teach so openly. It has a field strength that is definitely evolving mankind to a position of a field strength that then they don't have to be aware of it. They're absorbed in the fields, and experience it. And the filtering process is going through, the neutrinos are going through the body as neutrinos do. They go through everything in the matter state completely all the time. And the fact that the fields are being enhanced and given beautiful intentions from a higher order, from a new position, that gives us the ability to, in the tangibility of the matter state, to experience a soul connection that we are experiencing, whether we're in the building or whether we are anywhere on the planet or beyond. We're starting to become very deeply connected to the universal origin of ourselves.
It's almost like a light goes on within the person. Maybe they have an epiphany or some sort of awakening that now they think, well, maybe this world is bigger than, my new furniture I'm supposed to get, or this position I'm applying for, or, my daughter has a cold, I'm very concerned. They're thinking on a bigger dimension. This is part of what you're seeing, perhaps?
I think so, Mark. I think it's that connection. It's that elevation of the soul that connects everything and everybody, all the souls. And so that the sphere opens up that narrow band of just the eyes that mankind usually sees through in the condition of, in the matter state, looking through the physical eyes, just looking forward and seeing a very small bandwidth of the reality of what is all around us. And when you just walk into the building and then open yourself up to the fields, or just to the knowledge, and then open up your awareness and think about your breath even, and then think about the back of you, because many of us human beings, we just think about through our eyes into this very forward thinking. But when you open yourself up to the fields and you let yourself become 360 degrees all the way around, and top and bottom and everything, your awareness opens up, and it seems to expand your consciousness so that it doesn't just involve you in just the little matter state things that are happening in your particular environment. You open yourselves up, as you said, to a deep connection with everything, with
the bigger picture, rather than the smaller, I'm concerned with this little thing or that little thing, which we get sort of connected to. And it's so important that we fixate on things in a way.
We do. We all do this, Mark. This is called being a human being. It's being part of this this condition with the emotions that we all have, and particularly in these moments with everything that we know is being experienced, and the planet is going through, and the human race is experiencing, and the position of these units that will be placed. As we know, 94 of them have been given around the world for mankind to experience and to be given to the nations, so the nations can experience and learn to be part of this new it's not new to this old technology, this ancient technology that's been with mankind for forever, but never been experienced to its full potential, never been tapped into. And now it's come to a position where we are through these teachings and through the knowledge and the field strength that's been gathered, and the gradual opening up, the filtering process that's circumnavigating the globe, and like the One Cup, One Life, this dome of peace is gradually being absorbed into mankind. And it's absorption. It is because you get to a position where you become saturated. Because you're flowing in it and you're in it constantly, you become saturated. And then when you become saturated, you come to the observation of absorption, and you start to, you're part of it. And it's not only the fact that you experience it, it's the fact that you know it.
So reversing Alzheimer's and Parkinson's is a beautiful process, but you're saying there's even much more to these units than even elevation or balancing the physicality, let's say.
I think so. They're unlimited, Mark. So, and Mr. Keshe said this many times, the only limitation is our imagination, our thought process, or when we allow ourselves to be that sphere, that we open ourselves up totally to the totality, then it's everything. And it's depending on the spectrum that you wish to focus on or be part of. And for many people, it can be start off quite small and expand into something incredible, or they can stay in a particular position and be happy there. Or there'll be lots of other wonderful souls that are listening or part of it that will want to expand and go and travel to the other side of the universe and back, and everything else in between. And Mr. Keshe said openly before, and some may want to go directly back to the creator, and some may wish to stay and journey around the universe and visit and see many things and experience many different dimensions. It really is the choice of the soul, the choice of the soul, how it wishes to experience in the moment.
So that old saying, we haven't seen nothing yet, huh?
Yeah, great saying, Mark. Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen anything at all. No, you just what would you like? Imagine a position where, I remember Mr. Keshe speaking about this quite some time ago when I first listened to the Knowledge Seekers workshops a long time ago. And he was saying, when mankind reaches the point where he has everything he could ever possibly wish for at the point of need, the first instinct is going to be, I want everything. And so you want the biggest and fastest and the most, whatever it is that the heart and mind desires that makes you happy. And then it will come to a position where you can have all that, and you have it so much that it becomes second nature, that that then disappears. Then what? Then what's the next position? What position is it that mankind would wish for or require after that absorption of everything that held you back, or you thought you required, you suddenly attained? You had that in your sphere of influence. You had it in your very being, in the palm of your hand. And I think mankind is coming rapidly to this position. So for me, that's what the units are all about, Mark, anyway.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you for sharing, Dean. We elevate the soul of the units.
Yeah, we
all
definitely
the different units, because
Yeah.
as Mr. Keshe said, they're like babies. You take care of them, you watch them grow. And apparently things are going on in these units since they've been started, like over in the other exposition center.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just an amazing, almost like a dream or a fairy tale, but we know it's science and technology.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible technology, and as we know as knowledge seekers, it's very elevating. It's very blissful and wonderful, and when you experience the fields of the joy of plasma, you go through ups and downs and different dimensions and different emotions. However, you always wish to for another soul to experience and to receive the energy. So the energy transfer is the big thing. It is that energy transfer of when you have enough, then you can give more. And when you have an emotion, or you have a position where you need some energy, then the other souls give you the energy. And there's that giving and taking, that condition of the stronger giving to the weaker, and the weaker giving back to the stronger sometimes, and the balance point in the middle, and everything. The whole position of plasma is to, as Mr. Keshe says, to serve and not be served, and to for us all to experience the beauty of the units and everything they represent and they can give to mankind. in this moment, where there would be no need for the interaction of wanting or requiring an emotion to be sustained in the matter state, so you could receive something to fulfill that emotion. And these units represent a position where you can elevate yourself and others and the environment and receive a field strength that is required by you for elevation.
Well, you've elevated us and enlightened us as well, Dean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. I'm just about to go and have some dinner, so I'll listen for a little while. Thank you, Mark.
for sharing.
Thank you.
And I know Mr. Keshe said about finding this hidden gate. I don't know if he was talking to the universal community, mankind, or both. It's almost, it's not like finding a needle in a haystack, but it seems the universal community is also looking for this hidden gate that they may have been looking for it for quite a long time. So maybe that is apropos to say it's like finding a needle in a haystack, because he's directed us and the universal community to find the hidden gate. Anyone else want to share anything at this point? The Jacko?
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mark. I would like to share an experience I made last week with you all. It was on Wednesday when a colleague from my company called and he asked if I could help him with some update work for base stations. And these stations are used for communication. So I told him, yes, it's okay. And he instructed me on Wednesday morning. I didn't have time to do it directly, and it was quite complicated. So after 2 hours of instruction, I made a few notes, but I didn't check everything. So in the evening, I was thinking, yeah, it could be difficult to do it tomorrow. But then the next morning, I went to my computer and I started everything. I made a connection to his soul. I asked from soul to soul, and all of a sudden, everything that was necessary came. And it was very nice. On Thursday, I was doing this work, these upgrades, and these systems are, in fact, the base system of all the mobile radio communication, where the firefighters work with, where the police works with, and also my company. And also the sirens are steered from that. So when Mr. Keshe started to talking about this item in the Knowledge Seekers workshop, it put a real smile on my face, because I was upgrading this system, which provides the alert status for all the blue light organizations, and he was talking about it. So one hand was the soul connection with the question. I really asked his soul if it is possible to show me, and it came all of a sudden. It functioned very well, although I really was not sure and able to copy it just from that moment. And then, yeah, this experience that Mr. Keshe started talking about, the same item at the same time, was really nice. I just wanted to share that with you.
Beautiful. You were asking your soul or your friend's soul?
His soul from my soul. I just asked on soul level, and all of a sudden, it was like, it is clear, you do it this way. Although these 2 hours, I really didn't make much notes, and it really, he's young, he's dynamic, he was talking, and yeah, I'm not so young anymore, so it's not so easy to keep everything. But in this moment, it came, and I could do the work without any problem. So I worked all day on this, because it is 24 systems who had to be upgraded. And it was quite complicated because I did it from at home. So I first had to make this connection through a VPN tunnel to the server, from the server to the devices, and from the devices to other devices. And yeah, I didn't work on this stuff for maybe 15 years or so. And
so the knowledge was transferred from his soul to your soul. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is exactly the thing that happened. And it felt very good. Yeah, it was just a question I made, and it would not be a problem to take the telephone and ask him, but it functioned, and yeah, it was
Beautiful.
really a cool thing.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Yes, and
So
I think
yes, this
more
is
and
what, go ahead.
more, you know, the devices are, in my eyes, more and more the way to show from the physicality to the fields. And I'm very sure that our souls are on the level that they, in fact, don't need any materials to do the communication, to make this connection. And since we are practicing it more and more for the Universal Council, the supporters, the knowledge seekers, this connection becomes more and more. And it's also when you're in the other groups, when I see pictures from Andreas, for example, in the German group, I feel the energy from the system, and they say that they feel the same. So it's really a wonderful thing to exchange to each other, with each other, for each other. And that is for me, the point where we really start to serve.
Excellent, beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacko. Anyone else have any thoughts or experiences that they'd like to share at this point? I know Alex is waiting to come in, but we're going to go to the Dome of Peace in a moment. So Alex, you still have 5 or 10 minutes to sit on the sideline, so to speak, even though you're, of course, part of everything.
Hi, Mark. Hello, Mark.
Did you get your snow tires on the truck up there?
No, I'm
While you
having a
were
little
working on
I'm
it?
having a little I'm having a little trouble. I need a little extra time, please.
That's fine. Whatever
Thank
you
you.
need. That's great. And of course, we do support what's going on, but Mr. Keshe had said a while ago, they'll let you protest as much as you like, but they're still going to carry on. So there's going to be something that's going to have to happen. And maybe it's this announcement of the promised one that'll get everyone and to start to look and wonder what is going on this planet, and to see the foolishness of our current ways and structures of trying to control and manipulate the people and the populations on this planet. So I know there's going to be something, there's going to be a breakthrough, and it's just right around the corner. It's already in progress. It just maybe needs a few finishing touches and so on, as we've heard from Mr. Keshe. Anyone else want to share anything at this point? Otherwise, we'll go to the Dome of Peace, which of course today is Sunday, and Mr. Keshe has asked on Sunday for the physicality, if you want to do something in the physicality, that you can spray the GANS waters and wherever you are in your location. And of course, it's not just on Sunday that you can do this, but it's something that was requested by Mr. Keshe, and he said it would link these 1,000 wellness centers together. But at another point, he said, will we actually build these wellness centers, or will we build these wellness centers in the soul of the man? And as we just heard from Jacko, with knowledge being transferred, and as we heard from Dean too, this interaction on this plasmatic soul level. And of course, that's just the beginning step of understanding this bigger picture, as I see it, of this totality and the thousands of steps, not just 1,000 steps on this ladder, but thousands of steps. So it should make us quite humble, our knowledge compared to the knowledge, let's say, of the creator and so on. But apparently we're going to be brought along into this process. And I would imagine the universe is expanding and will be doing a very similar thing in the future, actually expanding and creating other universes, and good, peaceful universes where there isn't war and no one's going to go to bed hungry or cold in this environment. And maybe this is what the creator is getting us to understand. He said he's just given us the first straw in this understanding of this entire building of this understanding. So we've just receiving the first straw. So that should make you quite humble, even though you're carrying a lot of knowledge above, most of the people on this planet have no idea of the fields, the interactions, and the plasma, and so on, and the creator even being created from other fields, from other sources. And we're going to be understanding this and brought back to the beginning of the entire creation of the creation, which is a question I've always asked myself. What was behind and behind what we actually see or experience? So it looks like we're on this road to find out more about ourselves and our creation and our creator. Of course, there was a message in there and apparently the world religious leaders are shaping up the books and so on and so forth to turn over a very clean platform, essentially, and not to use this as a way, again, to divide the creator from his creation. So we're going to see a lot of changes, probably shocking changes to many, especially if they start to remove the frocks they've been wearing and come out publicly in a way. I don't know exactly how it's going to happen, but it is in the process of happening.
Mark, can I just quickly say, just add a little something? So something that just has crossed my my consciousness was that I have noticed that when I interact with physicalities of people, and this can be the interaction can be as in face-to-face physically, or it can be across a platform, or in any way. I've noticed that the interaction has changed. You're dealing with an interaction of the physical, but so I'm also having a lot of interactions, it seems, I'm not claiming anything, but it does seem, on a soul level, whereby things, creations, interactions, feel strengths happen that are on a soul level. They cannot be physical, because things happen that you think, how would anybody know this? Why is this particular thing showing itself to me? Why is this and there's a lot of synchronicities, for what, just that's a certain word, but certain things that seem to manifest or happen that a bit like Jacko was just speaking about, giving from your soul. You're receiving the knowledge on a soul basis, interaction, and it's not just the physical anymore. It seems to be a feel strength that I'm sure all the knowledge seekers here experience this too. The interactions that you have around you, and when you speak with certain groups or individuals, there's a certain knowing and a certain understanding that is not, as I said, it's not just on a matter state condition. It's not just a physical body. It's the interactions. You'll seem to be interacting on a soul level that is giving you information you would never, not never. That's not wrong word. You wouldn't unless you're tapped into it. You wouldn't have realized it. But I've experiencing it more and more and more, and I have done, and it's been growing. The field strength has been growing, and perhaps this is part of the being near the units as well, that it's getting to that position. I don't know if anybody's ever seen the film. There was a trailer film a lot long ago where some children were saying they came to the planet and blah blah blah, and they're having an interaction, but they and the camera was going between the showing the faces, and there was you could hear them speaking, but they weren't actually speaking with the physical voices. They were obviously telepathically speaking to each other in that way. And I think the soul interaction seems to be happening like this a lot, it seems.
Well,
and
that's
then
what we hear from our teacher. He says, I don't deal with the doorman. which is the physicality. He goes directly to the soul. So it sounds like you're having an experience similar to that.
Yeah, definitely, Mark. And I think what you were speaking about as well with the opening up to humanity, and particularly the conditions we've had with theology over a long period of time. This unfrocking of the man, I think, is that we're at that position, at that point. Mr. Keshe has openly said many times that when you see the full beauty of when a universal being decides, if they decide to show themselves, then mankind would really quite have to comprehend and understand the essence of creation. I know this interaction happens in many, many different ways, and it's happened constantly. The fact that, as you pointed out, that theology has prepared itself for this means that the field strength and the knowledge is come to a position where mankind is ready for this, and shall experience this in this moment. It seems to me, anyway, Mark, and that for me is the call to all knowledge seekers. That is the peace stone for me.
So no more praying to false statues and being directed by false people.
Precisely. Yeah.
And how many people have prayed to the Vatican or to the Pope or to these others and asked for it?
It's quite amazing, though, Mark. I will say this, that I've openly met many theologists that still openly believe that it's outside of them. They don't believe that, or it's that I've spoken to some that but still believes it's. I try to say to them that it's within you, and they in those moments they're not ready for that, and they believe it's outside of them. And I think with the elevation of with these units and the field strength that's emanating from this this knowledge and from the knowledge seekers, and particularly the knowledge of the soul. Theology has coming to understand that there's no way to hold back a barrier, a field strength that is not tangible. So there's nothing to hold it back. So it's like trying to, in a physical form, if you had a water bucket with lots of holes in it, and you're trying to stop an ocean, it's a bit like, for me, it's an analogy, something like this. It's a bit ridiculous. Anyway, it's just some thoughts there, Mark. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yes, and of course, no one's going to destroy any religions or buildings or churches, but as people become enlightened, they're just going to walk away from it because they're going to know more about themselves, their creator, and understand that the creator actually sits within them. It's not out in space, or it's not in this place or that place. It's actually within you. And that was one of the things that they really don't want revealed, because then they become sort of useless in a way, because it's up to the individual to become aware of their own souls.
This is where, Mark, the tangibility of doing the experiments and producing a creation yourself leads to this manifestation of the understanding of the soul. It's that when you actually start to create, so when you start to put some intentions with the knowledge into a tool, and then you manipulate that tool with your thoughts and intentions to create something else, it starts to give you experiences and an understanding that you then start to experience that beauty within.
Excellent. Jacko has put in the chat, we're waking up.
Yeah, we've woke up.
Almost like Rip Van Winkle that went to sleep for 20 years, but we've been asleep for centuries.
Yeah, and we must be in the moment, and we almost must talk in the pretense that we are there now. not in the future. We're in this very moment. We are present right now. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you for continuing, Dean. Anyone else before we reflect more on the Dome of Peace? And of course, as he said, and I've said as well, that they're waiting for contracts to be let or to be released on these wellness centers, but he's talking about building the wellness centers or these centers in the soul of the man. And by spraying or releasing these GANS waters, originally I thought he had said that they'll connect all the wellness centers together. We need this done because this is going to connect the wellness centers, but maybe you are the actual wellness center. And somehow these fields, beyond my understanding, are going to contribute to that in a way of linking or doing something else. Again, sometimes you have to use a little bit of your imagination to understand a little bit of this, but in time, as time goes on, step by step, we're all going to understand a lot more about this whole process, even at the levels above the dimension that we're operating in. I know at one point he said there were 5 dimensions. We were aware of 2, the physicality and the soul. But I'm also thinking there's also probably so many subfolders in each dimension. And again, we could grasp it all through the fields. We don't actually have to go through probably thousands of lessons of learning and things like that, but we'll absorb through the fields the knowledge that we need. But again, it's quite an exciting and in a way uncertain, but yet it is certain because the Father always cares for his children and not wanting to see the best for them. And that's what we're in, even though we don't understand most of it, I'd say. We're just starting to get this straw or this little bit of understanding of the plasma. And as I thought, this was going to be the end all once we discovered about the plasma, and we'd have it all mastered, but there's thousands and thousands of steps in this whole process. Anyone else feel like sharing?
Hi, Mark. This is Erm.
Yes, sir.
This is a very nebulous kind of thing that I need to report. Mr. Keshe had been talking about dreams. And recently I had a very unusual dream, and I don't even remember most of it. As a lot of times I don't remember my dreams. I immediately called my sister and told her so that it would be fixed somewhere. But I was in some kind of situation where a number of people were doing all kinds of problem solving. And personally, I like to be creative in designing things and making things better and look better and work better and all this kind of stuff. But in this situation, it turns out that I ended up being the one that found the solution to all of those things, all in one single solution. And then afterwards, I did some kind of math about whose ideas were working better. And I even came up with a solution of how to do the math more simply. And so I ended up receiving an award, which I had not known was even around. And it just was a fantastic experience of empowerment that I can do these things and I have what it takes somehow. That was it.
This came through a dream, you said?
Came through a dream.
Yeah, many people from Tesla to many others have worked on and problems trying to solve a certain problem. And for some reason, they go to sleep and it's revealed to them in a dream. And of course, Mr. Keshe said, when you're dreaming, you're actually, the soul is traveling or expanding its fields across the universe and just lets us see a small part or a jumbled part of maybe 2 or 3 different dreams. And we wake up wondering what happened and where did I go or what was that all about? But you were looking for an answer and you found it in the dream, in the dream
Yeah.
state.
And was very unusual, this dream. I usually don't dream like this. My dreams are usually more messy and jumbled and not very logical, but this one was going towards a target and it came to a wonderful resolution.
Excellent. Another excellent report. Thank you. Follow your dreams. They know where they're going. I saw that on a placard somewhere in a little pizza restaurant one time. They had many of them up, but that one seemed to stick out to me and I remembered it. Okay, so back to the Dome of Peace. The spraying and releasing of the GANs waters is very important because the GANs and these little magrevs that are released, they know what to do, they know where they're going, and they know how to, it seems like it's more of a balancing, but that's just my understanding of it, because that's what the fields try to do, is bring things into balance where the stronger feeding the weaker and the weaker confirming the existence of the stronger. But that's the way the plasma works. In the matter state, we know the big fish eats the little fish. In the world of the plasma, the big fish feeds the little fish. So it's a total different understanding of what we've been used to and how things actually work in the bigger universe. And this planet has gone the other way, where the more powerful men or women on this planet with more money eat the smaller companies, and they seem to be in control of everything. But we know that doesn't work in the universe. So if we send them in a spaceship and with billions of dollars in cash, they won't be able to really do anything. And hopefully they come back enlightened. And I think we're going to see this as well. As we know, there's going to be no punishment for those who have created some of this mayhem, but it was needed. As Mr. Keshe said, some of the things he went through was actually needed to get to the point that we are now. And it's hard to see when we're going through this, but I know Mr. Keshe in one of the bumper videos said it's a time for man to go through this process. And again, the process may be a short-lived one, but it may happen over, I know he was just speaking about future knowledge seekers in the coming time, being able to work in different ways with these units, perhaps. We also have a program here, which is called One City, call it the World Peace Project, One City, One Center. And I know they bring this up quite often on the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, which is on Tuesdays, and you can tune into that through Zoom, or you can find it on live stream. And this is a project where you can make a donation for your city. It'll be kept track of by the Keshe Foundation. Apparently, they keep very meticulous records at the Keshe Foundation. Even a cup of coffee, Mr. Keshe says he has a receipt and it's all accounted for. So it's not like it's helter-skelter, although sometimes by not delivering things on time or things not happening in the right time that we think things are mixed up, but everything isn't mixed up. It's been planned way, probably even before our births, what was about to happen on this planet. And it's happened to other planets where they allow the citizens of the planet to get to that peaceful condition. And again, that's the first step into joining and interacting with the universal community. So the project can be for any of the systems, I would imagine. I don't know exactly how it works as far as what units or systems. As I said, there are many. There's material enhancement, body enhancement, vision enhancement, horizontal units, vertical units, but all far, far advanced technology. Even in the horizontal units, he can grow arms and legs. And I know some of this has been documented in China, even doing dialysis through the air without needles and tubes, and it's all been documented. Seeing heart valves growing on an MRI just through the fields, no knives and no cutting and any of that, all being rebuilt just through the field. So these are beautiful units, and I would encourage everyone to make a small or large donation, whatever fits into your financial situation. And Mr. Keshe said, if you take one step, I'll take 2 steps. If you take 2 steps, I'll take 5 steps. So don't feel that a small contribution is meaningless. It's not. And large contributions are welcome as well, because I believe we're going to see thousands and thousands of these. And the faster they come online, the more our friends, neighbors, relatives, families will become enlightened to understand the totality. So I just wanted to bring that part up, but you can always hear more on Tuesday, as they usually go into a little bit of this. And we see the first units going to Tehran and Austria and Arizona, and they'll be followed by more units, and as well as another, I think 90 units, 94 perhaps, going to the world governments, so that we can all participate in this process equally. No one will have, let's say, a leg up on anyone else, and they won't be able to hide any of their research. Apparently cameras are going to be put on these, and everyone will understand what everyone else is doing with them, which is the right way to go. And this to probably eliminate a lot of the abuse that could happen with these things. Of course, it won't work right if you try to use it for military or offensive purposes, as these are designed for peace and peaceful purposes. So they'll sort of backfire on you in a way. Or if you try to take them apart, you'll the soul will probably leave the unit, and it'll just be a shell and not able to, as we know, the soul is the energy source of ourselves, and it may be the source of these units as well. I don't know enough about them to really comment definitively, but there's way more to it. And again, the universal community flying around in these ships are going to look at us now as sort of the advanced community. We've been insignificant dust, we've heard, and now we're going to become significant dust. But significant not to lord over anyone, but to serve the others, as I said, the big fish feeding the little fish. And no one in the universal community abuses another entity, as I understand it. Although there could be some troublemakers out there, I don't know for sure. But they're under control in so many ways. So feel free to donate to the Keshe Foundation. You can find the addresses in the store or in the one of the other locations, and you can click on, if you go to the store, I think you can find this link here, and you can make a donation there. Again, this is for serving the others, and hopefully we can all have these in our cities in a relatively short time. One of the beauties was he mentioned about the flight enhancement system, and that if you were to be in there for a little while, you may exit and not have that emotion to consume physical food for maybe even months at a time, but you'll be able to absorb more energy and fields from the universe, which of course is much healthier for you. And he said it's a shame that we have to destroy other souls just to maintain our own soul. So this shouldn't be, and this is not going to be in the future time. And that creates a much healthier, before the fields turn into a soul, that you can absorb them. As you're doing now, you're absorbing 80% of your energies from the universe. And of course, when we do eat, he was saying, Mr. Keshe was saying, you could take in 2,000 calories, but it takes about 1,500 to convert them and digest them and do everything that way. So that's why many times I think people eat, but yet they feel hungry afterwards, because they've spent so much energy converting what they've just previously eaten. And it doesn't give them much, maybe 500 calories if you've just consumed 2,000. So this is the reason for our sometimes insatiable appetites that want more. Of course, it could be due to gluttony and other things, but if we learn how to absorb through the fields, this is a much, much healthier way to exist, even in the physicality. Most of the trouble we have is what we put in our mouths, as was conveyed to us by our teacher. Yes, Steve.
Sorry, can I make a comment with what you just were speaking
Oh, yeah,
about?
of course.
So I've experienced myself, and I'm sure other knowledge seekers have experienced this, where your appetite changes with the emotion. And I'm talking about now the being present with the plasma and using and having experiments that you do and drinking the plasma waters and spraying them and interacting with the fields. And you go through positions where your hunger reduces. And I know many knowledge seekers have even come to the position where they've stopped eating and they are literally able to sustain themselves with the fields of the ganses and the field interactions that are happening with the plasma. I've experienced this when I was doing experiments for myself over the years and go through various interactions. And I can say that in the position of being present in the lints, I have experienced the units that have in certain moments when my emotion is in a certain position where I really have been fed from the fields. Not just emotionally, I think it is the emotion that obviously is once that's slightly balanced, then the interaction that you're being fed physically as well. I would like to say that I have experienced the field interaction of not feeling hungry at all when I'm around the units, and you just don't. There's not much hunger. Other times, sometimes there is, and that really depends on the emotion. It really is an emotional thing, and the interaction of the fields and being around the environment and experiencing it for myself, as I said, through my own experiments, and then being present with the units. And it's funny, when Mr. Keshe said the units weren't on, is when I experienced sometimes when I had no hunger, and then when Mr. Keshe said they were on, I experienced hunger. So I never quite know.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be an emotion. It could
said
be
that
a
as
very
well with the cup of man, that once you've made it, and he gave a suggestion, you can take as much as you want of cup 1 and spray it on your head, and as much as you'd like of cup number 2 of the cup of man setup, and spray it on your feet, and you can create some sort of field there that would allow you. That was one of the suggestions he made. And of course, we know it's also a replication unit where you can feed your physicality by placing things in these cups, if cup number 2, or if it's for the emotions, you can place something within a container or perhaps within a bag in cup number 1, and you can absorb from that. Yeah. So there's many things that we're not even privy to 1/10 of 1% of the knowledge that's available in the universe.
Very much so, Mark. The interaction of spraying the top and bottom. So I've done this. The top half of my body, spraying it with cup 1, and then I spray the bottoms of my feet in the mornings with cup 2, just a little bit, creating fields. I've done this for some moments, and then sometimes you may forget, or you get busy, or something else happens. But I have done this in many moments, and that has been creating a field for some time. Mr. Keshe has openly said that we can walk away from the ganses. So when we start to listen to Mark and Jalal's teachings, where we start to interact with the higher order, and then we can use the plasma, the ganses of our own condition that we are gifted with, that is part of our physical structure on in the environment of this planet, then we can still interact and do this with our thoughts and intentions on a soul level to feed ourselves.
Yes, I'm just sharing what I think I understand. I'm not really even though we're all students and we're all teachers, Mr. Keshe said.
Yeah.
Like we're all UC as well. The Universal Council in a way. But I like the idea of sharing knowledge and allow others to take whatever, you can set a table and here it is, and you can take whatever you'd like to take from it.
It's all to our own understanding of what we what we'd like to take from it. It's up to each and every individual soul in physicality or in whichever way it feels correct for you. And so we all give the knowledge, we share it, and sometimes it can be too much for some to begin with. However, Mr. Keshe's teachings, as you know, Mark, that when we go back to the teachings, the very first few teachings of the knowledge seekers of the kids' workshops and others actually give all the information you could ever require. And it's always been there from the very beginning. And when you go back to them, you understand that we had it from the very start.
There's another say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. But then someone added, yeah, but if you give him a piece of salt, he'll drink.
Yeah.
So there's so many different ways to approach this. No one is wrong. It's all based on your level of understanding, and we're all becoming enlightened and growing into this knowledge. So, I'm not going to say Dean is, doesn't know what I know, or that doesn't matter. We're not here to show who knows more than the other. This is all part of the competition of the matter state and the existing paradigms on this planet. So we're not going to be involved in that at all, but we're just sharing to elevate or to, take what you need. And thank you for sharing, Dean.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Okay, thank you.
Let's see if Alex has the big rig ready to go. Alex, are you standing by?
Hi, Mark.
That sounded like a small rig to me. It might look like a big rig. You're gearing up.
That's all I got.
That keep on trucking has taken a new meaning. I know that expression was used maybe 30, 40 years ago. I think there was even a famous song, keep on trucking, baby. So, yeah, we see this. These fringe truckers have amassed into a 50,000 unit caravan or even bigger, as I was reading. So we thank them and we elevate their souls for. But again, that is not the way. I think if we had all their souls elevating the leadership in the country, perhaps that would even create a bigger effect. But most people were so physical, we think this is the way to approach it. But we thank them for all the things they're doing and voicing the concerns of all of us.
So thank you for having patience with me, and I'm ready to go. So
Okay.
if you want to do this Peace Center, and
all right, am I still sharing the screen? Let's see. Yes, I am.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so let's play this.
You do whatever you want, and you let me know when to come in, please.
Okay. Right after this.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And as you can see on this background, Alex Skoric will be a host as well as teaching today and sharing knowledge. I always like to say sharing rather than teaching for some reason, even though Mr. Keshe said we do need more teachers. But I want to thank you, Alex, for being so on every week with your teaching and with your presence here. And you haven't taken the path of your prime minister, which has gone into some sort of hibernation, I guess I was reading. But I'm sure he'll be back out and probably has one eye open to the events that are going on in not only your country, in many different countries around the planet, as we've seen in Europe and other places. So we just want to thank you for your dedication to teaching, and it doesn't matter where you teach, it seems. The same with Jalal, whether he's in Brazil or whether he's in Mexico or here or wherever, you're all willing to teach and share the knowledge freely as it was given to you freely. And of course, Mr. Keshe says we owe the man. This is not our knowledge. It doesn't belong to us. It belongs to everyone. And we owe the man that gave us this knowledge. So we know where this knowledge has come from, and Alex is just a conveyor of this knowledge, and as he relates his understanding of this knowledge so that we can perhaps absorb more. As I said to you earlier, Alex, maybe I could have played last week's presentation again. It was such a long presentation, but we didn't get a lot of questions out of it. I know we went into showing with Adrian and some of the other systems, and that led to somewhere else. But I do thank you for being here and to provide us the teaching on a weekly basis and so on. So let's welcome Alex with a big welcome through our souls. We don't have to applaud or anything. And we just elevate the nation of Canada and all its citizens. I know you are concerned, Alex, and we stand with you.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And I want to just, well, first of all, I welcome all the knowledge seekers from around the world. And I just want to reassure you all that February the 2nd is coming, and that is Groundhog Day. And so we'll be able to come out from hiding in a few days. And anyway, if I may carry on here, I do want to welcome all the souls here, because what we're trying to do is have a meeting of the science and the souls and the soul of man. And there's a purpose, and that purpose is peace. And this includes everyone. This is not an exclusive club, or this is not a convention or cult. This is everyone, because we are all on this planet together. And so the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is allowing me to make this presentation on plasma science. And last week we finished with the advanced knowing, which was really only an extension of our basic learning. And so we will continue some basic learning today, and we will call it basic insight. So this begins a new chapter, if you will. And today's topic is beauty pageants. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is January the 30th, 2022. This is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation, North America Plasma Education Series. We started a little over a year ago with my classes. I was trying to support the classes of the other teachers in the best way that I knew how. And so we found that not everybody wants to know everything. They just want to know things that are most important to themselves. But we had to go through some basic teaching, and then we expanded that to intermediate and advanced. And once we achieved that, we got into basic understanding. And as you can see, the pattern repeats. But once we had that, we had to cross over the bridge of knowing. And that was a really difficult bridge. Part of the problem also has to do with the teacher. You see, I'm also having to cross the bridge. And now it just doesn't stop. And that's the thing. There were a lot of thoughts crossing my mind today, because when you look through history, there are many, many important events. And one of the nice things to be able to do is to tell your grandchildren, where were you when that important event happened? And so we have to ask ourselves where we've been for the last couple of days. And so today's topic, however, has to keep moving on. So there's history and there's the future. And when these things come together, this is the present. And so we just have to keep talking. We have to keep teaching, because it opens up new avenues. Because whatever happens today will finish today, but what happens tomorrow will have to carry on. So we are builders of our future. We all like beauty pageants, and that's the discussion today, isn't it? But before I get carried away, I would like to just make sure that we're all on course, and we understand that we are preparing to launch to the moon, and the countdown is T minus 126 days, plus, plus, plus. And we are a space agency. So this is the main reason that Keshe Foundation North American Corona team is meeting, because we're trying to bring this space technology to the patriots on Earth. And we're trying to understand the books of Mr. Keshe. Book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, The Structure of Light, book number 2, and then book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. But the subject matter really is the link between the source and our soul, and how it relates to the universe. And then when we look into the universe, we have to wonder, are we looking at it backwards, or, is it upside down? And so as we ask these questions, we travel into uncharted skies. And we have to travel into these uncharted skies because things are well charted here. And what we've come to realize is that, well, we have to really be discriminatory in which leaders we follow. Because honestly, some leaders will just lead us over the cliff. And so to be able to discriminate this, then not only the leaders, but the teachers become students. And so there's more there than you can just hear, and there's more there than just you can see. And we have to sort this out, because clearly, there are rough seas ahead. So somehow we have to, you see, the word revolution is not correct, because the revolution is a overturning of the government. we're not looking for a revolution. What we're looking at is to tune in to what's going on in the rest of the universe. Turn on our senses and our understanding to what is going on in the rest of the universe. And we're just going to have to drop out of our, we're going to have to drop out of our rigs to figure out this, because it's really hard to take all this baggage. See, because the creation of the universe, and now we know what it is, it's energy. It all exists from energy. And so there's a conversion of energy as depicted on the cover of book number 1. And then there's an exchange of energy between two convergences of energy. And then these energies converge and diverge as well. And, it's really important to look good. And that's one of the reasons we really enjoy these beauty contests. And because beauty is one of the key components of attraction. And so we could say that the lack of beauty is one of the key components of repulsion. But that is only on one dimension. The universe works through the magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. And although we are crossing the bridge of knowing, we need to review, because there's not enough of us crossing the bridge. You see, that's the problem. So as students, we're all faced with the challenge of being teachers as well. So we need to have this terminology, and we need to understand the sequence, and we need to understand how it manifests. And, these may be big words, but the thing is they have meaning, and that meaning is a two-way street. So in other words, that meaning is something that we convey, but that is also a meaning that is fed back to us. And this is part of the magnetical gravitational field forces. But in order to have these field forces, there has to be a base. And so that base is the combination of the attraction repulsion forces. So above that is where the magnetical and gravitational forces stream from. So what this is above is what we call a maggrav. And a maggrav can be manifest either through attraction or repulsion sequence, or repulsion attraction sequence. And so the net effect can be creation or decay, but it's creation in all ends, and it's natural. And so we say that the magnetical field forces deal with emission, and the gravitational field forces deal with absorption. So we have a basis to emit and a basis to absorb. So we need to have a basis to emit to, and we need to have a basis to absorb from. So when we look at ray creation, we see that the basic model of nuclear decay as described by Mr. Keshe, scientifically speaking, is a neutron which breaks up into an electron-proton marriage. But there's a byproduct, and this is the release of PM ticks. And so we know that these PM ticks are actually rays. They are rays of energy, and they move. And so this is the essence of creation. Now, you can create or you can decay. And that's an unfortunate word, because in both instances, there's a creation. But somewhere, somehow, there's a bond between these. And we've had to fudge this. We don't know what it means. We don't know how it works. But we just have to kind of accept it and just scientifically say, we don't know, right? But what we do know is that there has to be a relationship between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. So we had to flip the picture around. excuse me. Thank you. So when we flip the picture around, we can see the connections. These connections that we can't describe. And these connections are not exclusive. They are shared. And so in the top part of the picture, we have the neutron and is sharing energy with the electron and the proton. And we know that the electron and proton is also sharing energy. But if we just look at the system up top, we can see that if we're either creating something or we're decaying into something, we have to create another similar field. And so when we look at the bottom portion, well, it's the same thing. There is a neutron, there's a connection to the electron and the proton. Now, what is the bond between these two fields? So there has to be a connection. Oh, yeah, between the neutron and the electron-proton combination. And it goes both ways. That's what we said. It's a two-way street. So all of these things are connected, but there is a difference. There is a difference in field strength. And so there is a gap in between. And so it is this gap that we have to try and figure out. How do we see that? How do we detect that? How do we know? And so we do know gravitationally through attraction that these field forces converge. And we do know magnetically through repulsion, these field forces diverge. But there's an independent variable. And there's something that the world needs to know. As I said, it's a very important historic day. And, you know, in Canada, you have to stand tall like a moose. But when you protest, you have to honk like a goose. And that's the only way that you can peacefully protest, because we received an existential crisis point. And the thing is that we are all interdependent, as is the universe. And we are all independent in our own tiny perfect world. So with respect to the truckers, what you have to understand is that they are all independents. You do not see truckers involved who are fleet drivers. These are all independents. And they make up a substantial portion of all the truckers. And as a substantial portion of it, and you know that it's a very, very, very expensive and dangerous business, there is something that drives these truckers, pardon the pun, to do this job, which is not only physically demanding, mentally demanding, and emotionally draining, where they stay apart from their families. And somehow, some way, they themselves have come to an emotional transformation, which really is a rationalization. It's an acquiescence of sorts, to say, in order for me to maintain my independence, and in order for me to coexist through interdependence, I have to make sacrifices. And this is, we all want to do this. But when you come to the existential crisis, that you are no longer allowed to be an independent, and that you have to be interdependent, but not as a provider, as a contributor, as someone who is providing a valuable service, to the society had mandated, this causes an emotional problem. But you know what? It's been 2 years and we've all had an emotional problem. When I'm talking about the 2 years, I'm talking about when we introduced the cups of life, they were not the cups of pandemic. And so the cups of life have helped a lot of people, whether they had trouble with the pandemic or not, because the cups of life deal with life. And the cups of life are physical manifestations of the knowledge that has been imparted through the Spaceship Institute. And so thanks to Mr. Keshe, he's been able to deliver that in a way that is insightful. And we need to learn about this insightfulness, because we can hear the honking and we can see the big rigs, but can you see the connection? And can you see the impact? And so we are all in the same boat. Hello. It's taken you 2 years to figure it out, but great. We're really glad that you have figured it out, because why have the truckers figured it out now? Why haven't they're not the only job. Why haven't the others done that? And that is the word, independence. These people are independents, and these rigs are expensive, and they are expensive to operate. And it's dangerous. It's a dangerous job. It's a dangerous environment, and it's lonely on the road. But they maintain their independence. Other businesses do not have that kind of characteristic. So although they feel the same emotion, they're not able to express it themselves in such a manner, because this major financial commitment that they have made is an existential crisis, because they have made the long trek. But the problem is the road back is going to be even longer if they don't succeed. And for many of them, there's no point going back. They might as well just park their rigs, because they're going to get repossessed anyway. So there's a real serious importance to understand how the cups are made. And I can't emphasize this enough, even despite the fact that I repeat it every single time. But we have to understand that how do we take physical zinc plates and copper coils and create this magnetical gravitational field? And how do we differentiate between this emotional and this physical thing? And how do we treat the pandemic by keeping the batches at least 1 meter apart if we want a strictly emotional context or strictly a physical context? But you as a human being, you cannot be strictly an emotional or strictly a physical context. Even the winner of the beauty pageant, Miss Universe, when she wins, she's an emotional wreck, right? Or, it's a contrived cry, maybe, but they always cry, right? Because there's a lot of emotion that is conveyed. And so we look in the cups of life and we say, well, where does all this gas come from? And so it comes from our physical construction of the cups of life. Yes. However, it comes from the air. And why does it come from the air? And that's the missing ingredient, you see, because all of these cups have a soul. So each of these cups have a magnetical gravitational field force and a soul. So it's the creation of the magnetical gravitational field force that attracts the soul. And that's what we've been learning in the Knowledge Seekers workshops. But several months ago, we've taken a different pattern. And so we now have a new opportunity where we have a magnetical gravitational field in the individual cups, a magnetical gravitational field in the collection of the cups, and we have a soul in each of the individual cups, and we have a collective soul in all of the cups together. And so if you've been following this sequence, you understand that the top cup is the cup of soul, and then the two middle cups, the cup of emotion and the cup of physicality. And of course, our environment, which includes the cup of the earth and the connection to our environment, which we call the cup of inertia. So automatically, there are variables here. And so one of those variables is the one up top. We all have a soul. There's over 7 billion of us as souls. So that is the variable. As a result of the presence of our soul, we have different bodies. And the embodiment of these bodies constitutes both the emotional and physical context. And so we all have that. And then we also have the variability in both of those. And then, of course, now we have the opportunity that not only can we interact with the cup of the earth, but we can interact with, well, maybe, the cup of Mars, or the cup of the moon, or the cup of the sun, or who knows. So the inertia is the connector. And so this inertia is something that we can carry forward. But how do we carry it forward? Because we can't carry the baggage, right? So now we understand what we have to learn. And so we have the stacker unit, which kind of represents our spine of courage. But we also have the universal cup, which kind of represents the brain of physicality. And so there's an interaction between the spine of physicality and the brain of physicality. And there's a connection there. And then we find that there is a dynamic transfer state, and the target is the physical destination state. And that's what we have to do. We have to figure out this target practice. So, of course, this is one of the components that we found as part of cellular division, because we all have over 70 trillion cells in our body, and each of them is unique as well. So in each individual, if we want to just be very simplistic, the individuality on this planet in just a human state would be the 7 billion times the 70 trillion. That's a lot of individuality. And so this connection is this ray creation, the PM ticks. This is the fudge factor that we've never understood. The truckers understand this. It's called radar love. When you've been driving all night and your hands are wet on the wheel and you can't see the road. And the road, you're transmitting on the road and you're transitioning on the road. And that is the X and Y axis. But we've reached a crossover point. This is the crossover point where we've discussed how do we go from the physicality to the other dimensions. When we have in physicality, we have two dimensions, the transmission dimension and the transition dimension, right? But we're at the crossroads, and the crossroads is telling us that you can go to the horizon, or you can go left or to the right. But those are not your only choices. You have a field strength. How many cross these crossroads, right? How fast do they cross this crossroads? So how fast they cross is the strength of the flow. And which way they cross is the direction of the flow. And so we can vary the gradient. We can vary the charge to change the direction, or we can change the charge gradient to affect the strength of the flow. And all this is represented in the field strength. And now here's the thing with the field strength. that field strength will retain its plasma in the core. And at that point, it determines its position. And that's all it determines. But there's an interaction with other plasmas. And so it is the relative field strength. In other words, the susceptibility of the relationship reference that affects the direction and strength of flow. And if it's additive, then there's a synergy where 1 and 1 is more than 2. And so this is the essence of energy. It's energy in motion. And it can transcend many ranges. So we can have some ranges here on this planet Earth. We can have ranges in other planets, but we can also have ranges in other fields. So we have the physical fields, the emotional fields, and the plasma fields. So we keep talking about the state of ignorance because that's one of the toughest things to overcome. And one of the things we're trying to do is, as teachers, is to make the ignorant aware. And so that's what teaching is all about, is to teach the ignorant to be aware, because that's the definition of being ignorant. But there's another definition, and that is when you're aware and unwilling. That's ignorant, right? And it's hard enough to cross the bridge. But when the bridge is out and you can't cross the bridge, that's another thing. But when the bridge is there and you don't want to cross the bridge, well, that's not the state of ignorance. That's a state of corruption. And so, as I said, well, you know, when we're looking at the statistics, and you don't need to be a mathematician or a rocket science to figure out that cancer is still the leading cause of illness and mortality. 200 in Canada every day. So, but that's not a pandemic. And we're not too fussy about our pandemics anyway, unless it becomes an existential crisis for some of us, especially the independents. But for the rest of us, well, it becomes an existential crisis also. But once we, you know, grapple with that decision, then we like to grapple with our different competitions and try and, you know, have a normal life. And so we have these competitions, you know, we have sporting events, right? This is what brings the crowds. And another competition, of course, is in business, right? Businesses compete. But there are bodybuilding competitions, which is, you know, based on what? And then there's dating competitions, and of course the favorite, the gambling competitions, which involve poker, where lying and cheating is rewarded. And of course the ultimate competition, which is war, because that one really helps with the business. So, but in the meantime, you know, we have these beauty competitions. And so that's kind of what we're going to talk about today, is this beauty competition. And as the people are gathering, everybody likes to come to see the Miss Universe pageant. And there's a difference that we have to understand as knowledge seekers, that there's, you know, some people say, well, there's the sizzle and there's the steak. Well, the sizzle is what gets everybody excited, right? And the sizzle is very superficial. And that's what you're going to have to do when you don't have the steak, because the steak is the substance. So if you don't have to have the substance, then you have to have the superficiality. And this is all how we do this emotional tugging, right? So then we have to substitute those things that we think are valuable for things that we, well, they're kind of superficial. Let's put it that way. So we want to talk about the last 10 finalists, because we want to get down to the crowning of Miss Universe. And so I'd just like to introduce the last 10 finalists for you. This Ms. Zarabal. And I don't know how she got in the last 10 here because she's miserable. And, you know, to be miserable is really kind of a state of mind, isn't it? And this is then when you have few things to desire and many things to fear. And many of us live this way. And it's kind of popular, hard to believe. But then, of course, welcome, misdirected. Misdirected, yeah, she's all duded up, right? And there's a science in how you do that, right? Because you could use beauty as a weapon. But the real elegance is in the modesty. And what would you like, misdirected? Well, of course, you know, my wish is for world peace, she says. Well, this is good. Thank you so much. Well, here's misused. Misused, yeah, we all know that love is all, of all the passions, is the strongest. Because it has a three-prong attack, right? Attacks the head, the heart, and the senses. It's an attack. And so misused, what would you like? Well, I think she says my wish is for world peace. Okay, well, this is really good. Thank you. Then, of course, there's mistaken. And, you know, we already said that there are many people who are depressed, but these people are actually living in the past, you see. So the opposite of being depressed is if you're anxious. And most of us are anxious, I think, because we're living in the future. We're living in a hopeful world, as opposed to this make-believe world. Well, if you're at peace, you're living in the present. So the emotion of presence is a very peaceful proposition. And mistaken, oh yes, you wish for world peace also. Oh, this is good. Thank you so much. Wow. And then, you know, how can you, how can you forget misplaced? Yeah, I guess your wish is for world peace too, right? But I think someone gave you some bad advice on how to come to the contest. Then, of course, there's misguided. And we're trying to figure out how come the universe is eternal. And the universe doesn't work things the way they work on Earth. Because it doesn't live for itself. It gives life to others as it transforms. And so, you know, in many ways, the truck convoy represented that because they were the lifeblood of the economy. And for them, they didn't have the restrictions to cross the border. They were universal travelers. And you have to understand, of course, that what really drove the success of this particular industry was NAFTA. And as part of the North American Corona team, you all know that NAFTA allows trucks to go unhindered from Mexico to Canada via the United States. And so we're allowed to cross the borders without any problems. It's just the rest of us riffraff can't cross the border. So, but in the last 2 years, they've been able to do that. And now they can't. Well, they can, but they've been mandated. And so they've never wished for anything else. It's just been misguided. But their wish is for world peace. And then, of course, it's misbehaved, right? When you're loved, that someone gives you strength. But when you love someone, that gives you courage. As long as it's sincere. Isn't that right, misbehaved? What's your wish? Oh, yeah, I know. The wish is for world peace. Sorry to be so cynical. Because here comes misconstrued. Oh my God, I think you're living life dangerously there. I don't think that's the right way to go. So, but when you're sincere, this comes from within. This is not something that you build like a sandcastle on the beach. It is something that you have and you've created because you're sincere. You can't fake this. And it is outwardly realized by others people's hearts. So you may be misconstrued, but we all wish for world peace, don't we? And of course, it's misunderstood. Yeah, don't be upset at being misunderstood. What you need to do is to be upset at not being understanding. And how can you be understanding when you're preoccupied with your misguided behavior? But I understand misunderstood. You wish for world peace again. And then, of course, it's misappropriated. Oh, another dangerous journey. It could be very slippery up there. So, but anyway, a lot of us don't care about what other people think. But a lot more of us care about what other people think, right? And that's where what other people care about and what you think is important is what makes you their prisoner. You can't make people think about you the way you want them to, based on going into the change room and putting makeup on. That's why we have beauty contests. So, because we get to judge. We get to judge what we think about you. And it's a good thing you wish for world peace, because otherwise we'd be talking about other things. So one of the things also we'd like to talk about is scandals, lots of scandals, because that keeps us busy, right? So we like to gossip. And of course, through the gossip, we like to play the blame game, right? But all this is directing attention. And, directing attention from what? Well, 2 of the candidates didn't make the final 10, and that was mismanagement. But mismanagement is nowhere like missabotage. Missabotage is not very subtle. And neither is Miss Wicked. She was totally disqualified. We have been disqualified by the 3 musketeers: the killing, the jealousy, and the kingship. Maybe with our insight, we'll be able to straighten this out, sort it out, because we need to figure out our target practice. We need to deflect. We need to deflect the blame. We need to guide ourselves so that we hit the target without accidents. Bullseye. And so, yeah, we all have goals, but in our entertainments, our goals are achieved through scoring. And if we can't keep track of the scoring, then we keep track of the judging. And so we've come to this validation point where through all these validations, where we have the verification and validation and our point of existence, and we have to understand that this confirmation is visible and that the balanced mag rev is invisible. These are the soul limitations. How do we go from the tangible to the non-tangible, visible to the non-visible, and back? And we know it's there because in our GANs, which is in the water, which is in the air, has a hole. And something made that hole. And seeing is believing, isn't it? There's nothing there. Can you see it? So that's the thing. There's a connection. There's a connection in the universe. And we have to know by connection. But we can't just connect by crossing the border from one country to another. We have to connect right around the world. Well, if we can connect right around the world, then we might as well connect with other universes. What's the limitation there? So when you see this convoy, one follows the other. That's a long convoy. Some said it was 93 miles long. That's a lot of trucks. We still don't know how many. But there's a connection. There's no chain. There's no hook. There's no fifth wheel connecting. But something is connecting. And they've discovered it. And so this energy is traveling all around the world. And so you as knowledge seekers and plasma scientists have to understand that these energies go in, out, and around, and then sometimes they just pass on through. And we have enough examples all over the place, enough examples of what's wrong. We need examples of what's right. So what's right is understanding the magnetical gravitational field forces, which manifest the emission and absorption of energy through the forces of repulsion and attraction. And so we have to understand how we're operating on this earth. As we stand on the crust and we look up to the sky, which is the terminus is the edge of the magnetosphere. And we have to understand that our movement is from the core of the earth to the core of our soul. And how we move is based on susceptibility. So I'd just like to review one of the previous classes I had with respect to universal functionaries. And if we take our two hands and we just see that they're opposing, aren't they? But just to kind of keep track, if we just align the hands a little bit, so let's align one hand where the index finger is aligned with the pinky, so that would be the connection, right? And so if we were to represent these connections and say, well, let's look at the top hand and say that's our soul, and the remaining three fingers represent our soul, our spiritual body, and our astral body. And then let's look at our physical body. And that physical body has a mental, emotional, and a physical component. And so somehow, some way, there's a connection. We call that an intuitive connection. So what you see is that within the body, there are three dimensions. Within the soul, there are three dimensions. And so there are 7 dimensions here. So that's kind of odd. So the intuitive one is the connection. But on its own, it cannot function because it's only the single dimension. So we talked about the 3 dimensions, X, Y, and Z. So there has to be a connection between the astral and the mental. And we see this because when we go to sleep, we get to dream. And we can connect because we drop the physical. So if we want to connect to a higher dimension, we have to drop one because we can only engage 3. And why are we engaging three? Because we are none of those three. You can't be in it and be an observer of it. If you're in it, you're a participant. If you're an observer, you're on the outside looking in. So what you're looking at with respect to your body is the three dimensions of the mental, emotional, and physical context. And what your soul is doing is the same thing. It has its soul, spiritual, and astral plane. So the connection has its astral, intuitive, and mental connection, right? And so now we see that there's a limitation. And if we just change that alignment around and become a little bit more familiar with the things that, you know, we kind of understand in our physicality. So if we take us as our physical man, okay, so now we have our soul, which is connected to our emotional and mental and physical, right? That's our soul. But there's a physical connection to the earth. And the earth has its own context. So it has a core, it has a mantle, it has a crust. And the upper part of the crust is the magnetosphere. And it is through the magnetosphere interaction with our soul that we were able to achieve this physicality. And this becomes a really, really important point, because just to review, the construction of the man was the construction of the soul, the mental component, the emotional component, which was represented in the physical. And the physical is connected to the Earth's magnetosphere. However, the magnetosphere of the Earth is connected to the crust, and the physicality of man is connected to the emotion. So there's a connection between the emotion, the physicality, and the Earth. So this is how you have the three dimensions of your construction, the three dimensions of the Earth's construction, and the three dimensions of the interaction. And in order to interact with one, you have to drop the other. So this is just a very basic insight into what's going on. And as we discussed last week with the soul limitations, we see clearly that if we maintain our independence as an independent variable, we have to have a trust, and that's our emotion of presence. It is a trust of the soul of the man's interaction with the soul of the body. But now if you count and you say, well, the soul of the body includes the emotion of the body and the physical body, well, that's your three. But then when you look at the soul of the man hooks up with the mind, emotion, and the brain body. And that's the three. But you see, the problem here is that the brain body is also a body. And this is where the disconnect comes in, you see. Because if you have the physical body, the emotional body, the brain body, and the soul of the body, that's four. So the math doesn't add up. So what does that mean? That means there are other possibilities. This thinking is limiting to our soul, but there's a new thinking. There's a new game in town. And this is the connections. What we want to get to is to get back to nature. From what we know in terms of our physicality, the magnetical gravitational field forces attract the soul of the man. And the interaction of the soul of the man with the soul of the earth creates the soul of the body. Okay, so now the magnetical gravitational field forces of the physicality creates a field force which attracts the soul of the body, and that's the connection. However, it is possible for the magnetical gravitational field forces of the interaction between the soul of the man and the soul of the earth to attract the soul of the body. At that point, it is possible for the soul of the body to create the physicality and manifest the magnetical gravitational field forces of the physicality. What? So we now have two paths to get back to nature. So this is just the first class in this basic insight. So fundamentally, if we understand the rules of the game, that we are gravitational. So our relationship to the earth is magnetical. As far as the earth is concerned, the earth is gravitational and the relationship to us is magnetical. So this is how we go through the various states. And so we can see that there is a conversion. And these are all the skills that we have to learn. And as this is still part of the basic teaching, we still have to figure out how do we have this variety, which we call the spice of life, which is ubiquitous in the universe. It's transported through the energy packs. What is transported? The amino chain. From the amino chain comes the amino acid. Where would the amino acid come from otherwise? If it didn't come from the amino chain, then it wouldn't be amino acid, would it? So now we understand better how the indomitable spirit of man is carried through the soul packs. So then it becomes more sense when we talk about the sequencing. So the basic sequencing that we understand is the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth. Oh, that's what brought the soul of man. So once the soul of man determines the context with the soul of the earth, oh, well, that brings the soul of the body. And then it's the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body, which manifests the physicality of the body. Well, that's the way the universe works. That's not the way we've been working on this planet. We're still bogged down in getting our relationships. So understanding the fundamental relationships between the magnetical and gravitational field forces, which we call a maggrav. When you have a maggrav, that is a balance of these two field forces. And if it's stationary, then it's invisible, but it's constantly in motion. So scientifically speaking, we're having a balance between the conservation of magnetic fields and the conservation of energy. And that's the way science has been talking about it, not taking into context what the spiritual community is talking about, and that is the spirit being the motor of the soul. So in either case, or in neither case, are they talking about the soul. They're talking about the physicality. So the plasma science needs to be added to this knowledge. So to understand, where does the physicality come from? So the substructure of the physicality is the matter-gen state, which is the plasmatic reality. It is the small m matter state, which is physical, and it has to come from somewhere. And so where does it come from? Well, it has to come from a matter-gen state, right? Whatever it is from where it comes from. And whether it's physical or whether it's plasmatic is determined by the dominant matter state. And the dominant matter state for us is the common denominator. Many of us are going to have different common denominators because the school of learning has changed. The definition of manifestation has changed. When two fields come together, they form another. The formation of any field is a manifestation. So that means it's either, if it's non-tangible or tangible, or visible or non-visible. Therefore, plasmatic manifestation or physical manifestation, both are the reality. But the plasmatic reality creates the physical reality. So the physical reality is the form artifact of this manifestation. What we really want to get into, what is the plasmatic manifestation? There. And so how does the emotion of presence interact? Well, the emotion of presence is this form artifact, and it's a form artifact of energy in motion. And this is what has mobilized people around the world in the only way they know how to do this peacefully, because they only want one thing, really, is to get back to normal. But we have to determine what is it that's normal. So we realize that the majority is what's normal, isn't it? And what we seek is freedom and emancipation. And this is normal because the universe is normal. And because the universe is normal, the earth is also seeking freedom and emancipation. And so a lot of this has to do with our spiritual enhancement and our soul enhancement. And this is the basis of the vision enhancement units, which we are delivering with the peace process as a gift to the US military, because they have not had the vision to connect to their souls. The souls would never be engaged in killing. Just wouldn't do that. So plasma, when people ask you, tell them however you want to tell them and try and get it done in 30 seconds. Just tell them plasmagen is a kind of energy state, and it transcends the limitations of science between the dream state and the physical state. And it's important. And I think everybody realizes that it's important because everybody is facing an existential crisis, not just one group. And so what is different is that in the plasma rules, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, not prey on the weaker strength, not abuse the weaker strength, because the weaker strength is the PM ticks, which are traveling through the universe, delivering the energy through the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter, converting into a plasma environment, which from there will interact via inertia, which would with whatever state that you want. And so this is a changing our point of view. And in many cases, well, if you're keeping track of the events, you better face the camera the right way. So you understand that it's not that man-made problem. It's understanding the role of man within this context. And the role of man is what we need to figure out, because the role of man right now is very, very self-serving. And this self-serving is done at the expense of others. There's nothing wrong with being self-serving. It's that when you do it in an energy binding manner, then you're actually shortchanging yourself through the stealing. And this is really the basis of the use and abuse. So the big deal is that the morality is the missing ingredient, right? We're very skillful at social abuse, but we're not skillful at awareness. So when we double cross people, we don't see the immediate consequences and this eternal burden that we face, because we don't understand the ethics of the universe. And why is it so important? Because the universe is the embodiment of life, and life wants to live. So that's how you get the energy. That is the creation of energy. And that's the creation of creation. So if you have the wrong motives, your energy creation will stop, and in fact will diminish. So knowing by connection is an art, and we call it the art of dreaming. And the way we exchange energy is through the dilution. The dilution doesn't mean disintegration. That's why we can go through this emotional transformation, which we're trying to create with the peace stone. Because this is an energy coming from beyond the dream state, coming into our earth state, transmitting around the world, awakening the world. And we're all trying to cross the bridge of knowing. We've come to the point where we need more bridges, and they are crossing. And the easy part about this, you really don't have to know. You just have to know the system is broken. So that much you know, what you have is not working. And the limitations is our understanding of going through Earth space to outer space, that there's an intermediate state, it's the plasmajet state. And everything's okay as long as we have our comforts. But our comforts emanate from the moral comforts of the universe. And so there's a lot of wishing, there's a lot of courage, and there's a lot of love. But there's a lot of mental weeds that we have to be dealing with. Mental weeds that we toss, and mental weeds that we have to absorb because of our ideas when they don't merge with others. So we have to improve our skills. So we've come to that part that we've all wanted, and to figure out, of the top 10 finalists, who is the new Miss Universe? Oh, are you all excited? So I just have to mention, though, that Miss Demeanor somehow crashed the gate here. It's always a gate crasher, right? And then just in case any one of these finalists is having a problem, well, misinterpreted is an alternative here. Okay, so let's open up the thing. And so we have to understand that when we judge the beauty queen, right? We are not judging the beauty queen. Our judgment is filtered through other judges, which they have picked, right? But nevertheless, whoever they pick as the beauty queen, we will idolize her, and of course, be forever jealous, right? But see, the problem with the beauty contest is that only one is the beauty queen and the rest are not. So does that mean they're the ugly queens? Morality is still the missing ingredient in here, you see. Our judgment of the beauty queen, they say, well, it's only skin deep, right? So we can make mistakes by that, right? We don't get a lot of time to get to discern. So our skill level has to improve. And that's why you have these contentions and these different judgments, because beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. And you are the beholder. But if you can see past the skin deep and you can see the true beauty, well, just a moment, I have a news flash. Oh no. Oh, it seems like all the beauty queens have gone into hiding. I wonder if it has anything to do with this universe coming. Wow, sorry guys. We don't have a beauty queen winner today. There's something else going on, as you all know. And one of the reasons that you come to these classes is because of the experience. And so, well, what experience is that? You're just listening to it over the computer, aren't you? Over the internet. Well, the thing is, it's real, it's current. And one of the reasons to stand by the side of the road and honk your horn like an idiot is because we all have dreams and wishes. And these are big rigs. They are really, really big rigs, and they're very expensive. And, you know, they represent the kind of outward courage that dares to die. But the real courage is from within, which dares to live. And see, the thing about these guys is if you listen to them to a man, they all say the same thing. My wish is for freedom, love, and world peace. We have big rigs, and we have big dreams, and we wish for world peace as well. And in order to understand why world peace is important, is to understand that there is an inner space and an outer space, and that there's a difference. So our inner space is still determined by the physicality of the particle wave relationship, whereas the outer space is determined by these fields, these photons that are traveling, energy in motion. And as the energy in motion is always coming together and coming into contact, and it creates a field. And whatever it creates, well, that is the greater oneness. That is the greater oneness that we're all looking at, because it's the greater oneness that allows us to join up with the rest of the universal community. And this is where the Universal Council is doing its utmost to make this happen. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings in plasma science. We're calling all patriots, near and far. We have a world peace treaty. Sign it. This will bring about the physical and emotional transformation which we need to join the universal community. And as truth seekers, you will all become legends. As we gain insight into the universal knowledge of freedom, plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. This is the new space age. Welcome to the new space age. Thank you. It's the end of the lesson.
That was a short lesson, Alex. Can you continue? Thank you very much. For again, a beautiful way to think about things in a different light, a different understanding, but all within the same understanding in a way. I did pull up that song Radar Love, just the lyrics of it. And yes, there is a sort of telepathy going on there, but we could talk about that later. Maybe we'll give Alex a minute or few minutes to warm his tea and his toes and check the pressure on the tires on the big rig. Just wondering if anyone has come to the meeting for the first time. Would you tell us your name while we're writing our questions down for Alex? Would you tell us maybe your first name and where you're from, if you're here for the first time, and how you found us? Well, maybe people have been around the foundation and other meetings. There's many, many, many knowledge seekers. Salamia, you've been here before?
Yeah. I don't know what. Yes, I would like to talk.
Oh,
Hello,
sure.
everybody. Thank you very much. I had a question for Mr. Alex. Do you agree that maybe you miss something to have a integral image of your talk, including this gen, maybe field gen, magnetic field gen to put there, because we don't know from where is this field, magnetic field. Maybe this magnetic field is a beauty, is God. This magnetic field gen. It's just a suggestion. I don't know if you agree or not. What do you think?
I think the plasma gen kind of covers it very well, because the word plasma is generic. It refers to the plasma, which we talk about as the non-visible advanced science, but plasma includes the physicality. So because we know that, because when we take the universal enhancement units, we also can make them into universal material enhancement units. So this creation goes both ways. So the plasma is actually all encompassing. It's just when you're talking about something that's specific, what we have to understand is that when we say a description, let's say like beauty, there has to be a context. So, it could be very easily, if you have, let's say, 6 arms, you'd be the most beautiful on another place, but here you'd kind of be a freak. And that's not to be insulting. It's just that, we all have only 2 arms. So, but, we reserve our criticisms to the humans. So, we don't really go around and saying, oh, well, to the caterpillar, oh, you have so many legs. And, that if one caterpillar looks at another caterpillar, do you think they would say the same thing? Oh, you have so many legs. They would say, well, you're beautiful. Well, it's in the eyes of the beholder, isn't it? So we're looking at generalities, and this is what I'm trying to say, is that where our skill level has to come in is, first of all, we don't have enough knowledge scientifically, right? We're just, ordinary people. So we have basic needs, but these needs are in a very small scheme. It's called Earth. And now we have new possibilities, and it's a bigger scheme, a much bigger scheme. It's called the universe. And this has been excluded from us. So the first thing is we have to have the awareness, and then we have to hone our skill. So one of the beauties of this planet is that it shows us how things work. And it does this 2 ways. First of all, it shows the biodiversity on this planet. So let's face it, when you look at the physicality of an ant, and then you look at the physicality of an elephant, and man, you have to say Mother Nature is a wonder. But the thing is that they are all souls. So we know the commonality of it. But because there's 7 billion of us and all the souls are different, then we can't say that it just comes from the plasmagen. So we have to say the kind of plasmagen that it is. So, but that's not all. Because what we're faced with is an inability for each of us individually to know what kind of plasmagen it is, because we are not true to our own souls. So, we have 2 problems. One is, how all of us as souls on this planet have to interact with the rest of the universe, and we're having trouble dealing with our own emotions. And when you see that, what are the basic requirements of the soul? And so you see freedom, love, and peace. And who is saying this? Truckers who, every 5th word is a swear word, right? Whose jokes are disgusting. But, this is who they are. They are the salt of the earth, and they don't make any pretensions, right? They just want to be independent. And this is the basic motivation. And so that basic motivation is an interaction between the soul and the emotion. And now we're finding out, well, wait a second. There are more things to consider. And so what I just tried to do today is throw a little insight into the fact that we are emotionally exhausted, and which is, we now know, was the goal all along. But when we come to this existential crisis and realize, you know what, we are told that we can no longer, have a right to we no longer have a right to our way of living. We have mandates. We're told what to do in a way that only makes sense for a few and not for the majority. And what is the majority? Well, there is one other interesting thing that you should know, and that is the participants in here are from all walks of life. This has motivated everybody. And it's not that they needed to motivate, is that they needed an ignition point. Because what has happened in our country, and I have complained about this, moaned about this. First of all, the lack of participation of the Canadian fraternity into the plasma science. And 2, the division within our population, within our society, between those who have, shall we say, acquiesced to the mandates and those who are still opposed. The hesitancy that we have is that this is not a revolution. This is not something where we have to, break into Capitol Hill and disrupt a certification of an election or something like that. That's not, to bring guns and smash windows and stuff like that. That's not what this is. We just want our country back. But now we've come to the point, we're not the only ones. This is spreading worldwide. Why? Because freedom is an inalienable right for all of us. And that includes the universal ability for us to look after our health and well-being. That is a universal right. Nobody mandates that. Nobody mandates that. Look at the kittens. Have you ever seen a litter of kittens where, for one reason or another, the mother disappeared? Who nurtures the kittens? Who teaches the kittens? Do they go to kitten school or cat school? How do they manage? And you could say, well, they manage from scratch, right? They scratch you. But the fact of the matter is, their learning comes from somewhere. There is an inherent knowledge. And so now we have an opportunity to better understand that knowledge. And because we're aware, we have a better opportunity now to understand that we have other skills that we are not using. Oh, so if we were to activate those particular skills, well, then we would have a better understanding of our knowledge. And then if in turn, and that will grow. And so when we understand that particular manifestation, then we understand how a field strength can grow. And it takes time. But how much time? So a baby, when it's born, within a matter of seconds, can go from inside the womb to outside of the womb and survive. That's pretty fast. But, we've been doing this now as knowledge seekers over 8 years, and Mr. Keshe has been doing it for over 40 years. And, we're still having resistance. Why are we having resistance? There has to be some kind of motivation. And the resistance comes from a lack of awareness. And so there's never been a revolution. This has been a coordinated assault on our sensibilities. The Peace Dome is a coordinated restoration of our sensibilities. And everything that's been happening in the process is just showing us how things work. And push comes to shove. When you see the hole in the gaps, there is a field force at work. And when you see 93 miles of trucks coming down the road, and there's a field force between them. So it doesn't matter if they have the jab or not. It doesn't matter if they're nurses or they're truck drivers. It doesn't matter, okay? Because freedom is a universal understanding. And this is what has manifested. It just required a trigger. And what has happened is that those who have been able to maintain their independence through foresight have now come to an existential crisis, which the rest of us, through lack of foresight, have been forced into. And so through our own actions, we become victimized. But now we have an opportunity, regardless of our economic status, to recover instantly, immediately. And so what? So what do we do back then? Do we go back to our sports games? Do we go back to our bingo? Do we go back to our beauty pageants? Or do we say, hey, we now have more. We have more to enjoy, more to explore, and more importantly, more to contribute. Because what is driving these truckers is that their inherent understanding is that they are contributors. The grocery shelves don't get filled if they don't deliver the goods. Every consumer item that you have consumed has been delivered by a trucker or some kind of transportation medium. It's in North America, because of the size, we are in a unique position here. Small population, large country. That is unique. No other country has this. If there is a large country, they have a large population. We have a tiny population, but we have huge, huge distances. And to be a trucker, you have to go through regulations, and you have to have a clean abstract. So you are not a killer. You're not a criminal. If you are, you're not allowed to drive. So this is a special group that they have navigated through their lives to a point where they have had to go to maintain their independence. They have had to go into this extremely dangerous job, and they feel honored because they are providing a valuable service, and they know that it's valuable because they have been told. They have had a privileged position over the last 2 years, and all of us are asking ourselves, why? Because it didn't make sense, and it still doesn't make sense. So someone decided to say, oh, well, it doesn't make sense that they're exempt. So, we're going to impose the same kind of mandates to them as to the rest of the population. And we know that's not true. We all know that. However, that's the mantra. And now you've come to the point where a significant portion of the population is basically told to walk away. And I'll tell you what, the last time I was this proud of Canadians was back when Canadians were a peacekeeping country. And it was 1967. We had our centennial celebration. And Canadians were really, really proud. And we've had a few other moments. You wouldn't understand that. 1972, we had a contrived hockey series, and we were proud at that point in time. But it's been few and far between, and it's been getting less and less and less. And all of us know that Canada is a peacekeeping nation, and Canadians are patriotic. So are Americans. So are Mexicans. Every country has their patriots. This is not a unique thing. All of us have that same thing. And what we've had is a galvanizing of emotion. And so, yeah, we need big rigs because we have big moose and we have big costs. And if you listen to it and if you follow it, and frankly, most of the people who are not from North America get more information than we do here. And all you hear is the honking. And if you think that's contrived, non-stop honking. Okay? You just, at some point in time, we have to come to our senses. What is that energy that is bringing us to our senses? Where does that come from? Yeah, that comes from the plasmagen. But where does that come from? That comes from the ethos of the universe. You know what's right. You don't need mommy to tell you what's right. You don't need a boss to tell you what's right, and you don't need a government to tell you what's right. You know what's right. If you have moral decency, you know what's right. Thanks to all the truckers.
Thank you for your answer. We are the true freedom seekers because we are patriot. We love all the years, and the earth is just a country, and we do not need to fight for anything, just to cooperate as a totality. We can say we are the patriot of the universe. And for me, beauty is God, the creator, I mean. The beauty is Mitra also. Together, they are the beauty. And I'm sorry because I came late. Now I realize your answer to me. I came late because I was in my travel, in astral travel. My wish was to come, but I came late. I was busy there. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, thanks.
You're right on time, Solomia. Alex, how are the truckers? You know, there's a new way of moving freight and goods that's about to emerge on this planet. I don't know if it'll get to local deliveries, but eventually it probably will get to local deliveries. Are they going to say, here we go again? Or it will be to their benefit this time? It won't be taking away their livelihood. It's actually going to give them more free time, I would think.
So, Mark, it's an interesting point because, firstly, they are independence seekers. They're not truckers. The reason they became truckers is one of the few jobs where you can run as an independent. You are basically, you look at the rigs and why they're so expensive is because they spend so much time. So for them to come from the West Coast to Ottawa, they've been on the road all week, every day. So they've been away from home. So their truck is their home. So they want the nicest vehicle, the nicest creature comforts. But all it is really a glorified jail cell on wheels. And they're willing to take that for the right to be free. They're willing to take their mobile jail cell for the right to be free. Okay. And they are, you see, there was a really funny mantra, and it's only funny to us Canadians because one of the government sayings was to stand together, stand apart, which is like, when you really analyze it, it's it's lacking something. So I'll just leave it at that. But with the truckers, because they're independent minded and because of the vastness of the country, you can get away from it all, provided that you can maintain your income, right? So you need to be financially self-sufficient to live in isolation, because that's one of the reasons that cities would come together. Why did the farming communities diminish and the urban centers increase? Was because when the farmers lost their livelihood for whatever reason, then they would flock to the city because the opportunity there was greater. So if you want to get away from the city or the so-called rat race, then you have to have the financial wherewithal to do that. So how can you be in isolation and still maintain that connection to society? Truck driving is perfect for that. But even that has been, under the gun so much. But because of NAFTA, and it does go back that far, where we have boats, we have planes, and we have trains. But because of NAFTA, we had an absolute blossoming of number of trucks. And then they went from 48 feet long to 53 feet long, right? So that they could carry more. And so with the added weight, it put a tremendous load on the infrastructure. And you know that the situation in the United States is actually in dire straits with respect to the infrastructure. We just heard of a bridge collapsing. Well, when I left the construction industry, there were only 26,000 bridges in the United States that were in that condition. Only 26,000, of which truck drivers drive over those bridges every day. And truck drivers will tell you, they always have trepidation when they're crossing these bridges because they can hear the creaking. And sometimes they plan their routes so they don't have to go over those bridges. But this is what happens when a country invests in the military as opposed to investing in the infrastructure. And so, this is a product. And why did this happen? Because we wanted open borders. Well, open for some, but closed for others, right? So open for transportation, open for truckers, but closed for other reasons. And why would they be open for transportation? So once you start to ask those questions, and I don't want to go into it in this session here, but once you go into that, you find that when you go to business school, they teach you how to fail. If you want to know how to be successful in business, you got to know how to sell out the back door. That's just the way the business is done. And it's acceptable, but it's really not acceptable because all it does is it prolongs the problem. And so to maintain their independence, they bought into this system. So wasn't this a wonderful thing? We can have our own rig, and at least, we can have our independence. And why should we be locked down like everybody else when we don't see anybody really? We see the shipper, we see the receiver, that's it. Okay. And the rest of the time, we are really in self-isolation. So now, it's come to roost and say, well, just like there are rules for some and rules for others, there are rules for regular people and there's rules for truckers. And so they have a special privilege when they can cross the border. So two things now. Number one, they've lost that special privilege. Welcome to the rest of the riffraff, which is what independent-minded people want to get away from. So there's no problem for them standing apart. But they also, if we go to the one nation, one planet, we don't have to worry about the borders. And one of the reasons is so many, I think it's 20,000 truckers crossed the border from the United States, is because they too are in the same boat. And there's more of them than there is of us. So crossing the border is a two-way street, right? So now you have a dilemma. If the Canadian truckers can't cross the border, if they don't kowtow to the mandate, well, neither can the American ones. Wouldn't that be fair? So now you have a financial obligation through NAFTA where the countries have to have a foreign exchange and foreign trade, international trade. And this is now being curtailed artificially. So you've got a crisis. And it's just come to the point, well, I'm either going to be parked and lose my truck, or I'm going to drive to Ottawa and I'm also going to get my freedom back. or I'm going to park my truck and lose my truck anyway. So this is not a unique problem. This is just an awareness to them that we've all been suffering with this problem. We've all had an existential crisis where we've been told what we've gone through university for so many years, or so many years of training and learning to learn a particular vocation, only to find out that if we don't comply with the mandate, we won't be allowed to continue and would have to give it up. But you know, this is an ongoing thing. So what you're finding is that just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and we keep wanting our own independence. And one of the things, as I say, I was bemoaning the fact that the Canadians weren't aware. Why? Because this is a big country and we like to be independent. We don't mind being in isolated places. We don't have the congestion. I can't even imagine congestion that would be in some urban centers around the world. And it's bad enough in Toronto the way it is. When I was young, 30 to 45-minute commute was normal because Toronto was a big city. But now it's an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours one way. Well, that's, you know, that really shortens your day. So the nice part about living in the boonies is that it only takes you a few minutes to get to work. And so you become more productive that way. However, you have to be able to make a living. And it's really, really hard. I have to tell you, it's really hard. And it's hard at the best of times. But we're not unique. It's just that we had a different scenario here. Big wide open spaces, big rigs, big freedom. And that's been taken away. So all that is just, it's 2 years too late. That's the sad part. So when we look at the hundreds of thousands of Iranians and then knowledge seekers on the Telegram sites and 300,000 Brazilians following Raphael and the crew, and you look at the handful of Canadians or Americans, and you have to understand why. It goes down to the basic psyche. Self-serving at the expense of others. It's right down to that. So we now have an awareness problem. And the worst is yet to come. Because as I say, it was a long drive from the West Coast. And many, many, many made it from the South, and many came in from the East Coast. And many border crossings. And there are border crossings between the provinces where the police have been trying to slow down or stop the transports. And so we have limitations on border crossings between provinces as well, which is unheard of really until now. But it's a long drive, is what I'm saying. It's a long drive to get there. And these people are going to be faced with an even longer drive going back. I don't know how that's going to play out.
I don't know either, but I know in Man's Future Vision there in the 321, I think it is, Knowledge Seekers Workshop, people are going to be taking the engines out of their cars. And that was one of the first projects Mr. Keshe said he wanted to be involved with in Iran. I wonder if the truckers will be taking the wheels and the motors out of their trucks as well, trying to replicate or copy some of this plasma technology.
Well, that's a good point. See, you can't just stop them from doing what they're doing. You also have to offer a solution for them, because that's the first question they're going to ask. If you're preventing me from doing, you know, everything that I've invested, not only the time, but the blood, sweat, and tears and the money, what's my alternative? And so this is where us as knowledge seekers are coming to a real dilemma. because how fast can we do this? How fast can we get what we all want? And that's we all want our freedom, and not just for ourselves, but for this planet, and not just for this planet, but also for the universal community. Oh, so the picture keeps getting bigger. Yeah. So, for people who are not aware, this would be like, bringing an Aborigine to, the big city. Talk about a culture shock. We've all gone through it. I can tell you personally that I've gone through it. I stood 5 feet away from the door, ready to run out. I'm glad I didn't run out. My life is better for it, and so I'm. This is how peace works.
Would someone else like to pose a question to Alex? I always thought, Alex, when we were talking about having a magrev condition, it was a balance condition. But isn't everything a magrev? The sun is a magrev. It contains gravitational magnetic fields, the earth, we are. And how could you go into a totally balanced condition? Because wouldn't the gravitational always has to be stronger than the magnetical?
Right.
So you can bring up a weaker entity and not lose all your gravitational, but I'm just trying to understand this
There are
maglev
three
position.
dimensions, Mark. Sorry, there are 3 dimensions. So which dimension are you looking at? That magrev, if it was neutral in all 3 dimensions, could not exist. Because at that point in time, you'd be stopping the energy and basically extricating it from the universe, which is what one of the limitations of the scientists. Oh, I want to be an observer. Okay, so just, pull down the zipper and step out of the universe, okay, and have a seat and turn around and, we'll show you how things work over here. It doesn't happen. The observer is part of the observation. And why is that? Well, that is what we're failing to understand. What is the link with all these truck drivers? If you were to ask them the question, why are you all on the road? And then you ask them the same question, why are all these people on the side of the road in minus 20, 25 degrees Celsius, waving them on? They are all physical, right? They're all human. They're all on the highway. They're all in the country. There's something in the air, something magical. And conventional science was, oh, I don't know what that is. It's a movement. Yeah, it is a movement. Well, what is the instigator of that movement? That's plasma energy. Energy is always in motion, so you can't stop it. So you can direct it. But you have 3 choices. So you can do it on door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3, or any combination thereof. But 1 door minimum has to be open. All 3 maximum may be open. And that's your plasma. Now, then you have another plasma, same rules. Now you have 2 plasma. Oh, what happens then? Well, they interact, same rules. Now you have 3. Oh, wait a second. 1 and 1 is 3? Not only. It's more than 2. But we didn't say how much more. And now we're beginning to understand that there's more to this equation. You don't just get up in your truck and drive. You get to the end of the line, you drop the load, collect your money. There's more.
Okay, Now, last year I was asking you, I said, you know, I see the electron and the proton being emitted from the neutron in fields, and then some of it gathers as a proton and some of it gathers as an electron. But I said, I still don't understand, where is the neutron in all this? And I thought your answer was the neutron doesn't really exist, but I could be wrong, because isn't the whole conglomeration there considered a neutron? It makes
So you,
another neutron. Could you share that again with us or me?
no, but this is a brilliant question, okay? Because now we have two possibilities. So the first possibility is that we can have a MAGRAV condition. That's a magnetical gravitational interaction, right? And then we bring the soul. So the soul is the highest energy. The physicality is the lowest energy. So in that relationship, what you were talking about, the soul would be the neutron. The spirit would be the proton, and the physicality would be the electron. Now, we have another alternative, and that is that the neutron soul could be first. And then from there, we can have an electron-proton combination, being the soul of the body and the physical body. Either way, you have a manifestation. The question is the MAGRAV first or is the soul first? This has never been discussed before in an open forum. This is new science. And so if we understand the rules of that energy is constantly moving, then you ask yourselves, well, why is the energy only limited to moving in that direction? So if you have something that's limited in moving it in the x-axis, then maybe it'll move in the y-axis. But if you put something to limit it moving in the y-axis, well, what's left? Well, maybe I could put a limitation on the z-axis. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. Okay, because at that point in time, everything stops. Okay, so now you know the rules. So all you're doing with those three dimensions, the neutron, proton, and electron, is you're playing with them. But you don't know how strong they are, and you don't know which one came first. And if one came first, then which one came second? And why did the one who comes second not come first? And why did the one that came first not come second? So there's a criteria there, isn't there? And, you know, conventional sciences, I don't know. Well, now we do know. It all has to do with field strength, nearness and proximity, path link and susceptibility. All right. So how do you get 50,000 truckers to hit the road? You go and tell a trucker to hit the road, and you better run. But we got 50,000 on the move, and they're not being paid. There's over $6 billion worth of rolling stock, and it has to be paid for. And that doesn't count how much that they carry, the value of what they carry, which is probably 3 orders of magnitude more than that every day. So, you know what the impact is on everybody? It's huge. But that's not the only thing, right? We're not alone in the universe. So this is what we have to realize. They're not alone. We're not alone. The earth is not alone. The universal community is not alone. Okay. So we have to bridge this gap. And knowing how to bridge that gap is what we're trying to teach as knowledge seekers, as spaceship teachers. And why are we teaching this in the spaceship? Because the rules in outer space apply. That's how the universe is created, and we're part of that. Okay, so, but we are in heaven. We are in the lap of luxury here. When we go into outer space, we don't have the creature comforts that the earth provides. Why do we want to get away from the creature comforts of earth? So there's a possibility that it's better in other places. We don't know. So what's going to get us to move?
I know Mr. Keshe had directed the knowledge seekers to try and get the nations to accept this technology. I know when I talk to people, as I said earlier, maybe 2 out of 10 listen, and 1 probably listens just out of, not being rough with me or, courteous and listening. But how are we going to get the nations, what can the knowledge seekers do to start getting the nations, I guess, adjusted to this idea of this new technology? He said this was the job of the knowledge seekers.
Well, yes, so we have to appeal to the higher energy, right? What do they say? You don't take a knife to a gunfight, right? Well, you don't take physical energy to a soul exchange. The physical manifestation would maybe just be a stepping stone, a pebble on the beach.
So our souls will become more effective in this process rather than going out and holding a sign and, showing the universal body enhancement spaceship unit and try to talk to them in the physicality.
Well, of course. How are you going to talk to a truck driver who's driving by you at, 50 kilometers an hour? How do you communicate with them? But you do on a soul level. So now they know. Now the truth is out there that first of all, the truckers respect the rest of the population, and the rest of the population respects them. So now you have that knowledge. Okay, so what has happened? A kind of patriotism that we haven't tasted for so long. And the younger generation says they haven't, tasted it for years. But the older generation absolutely knows how long that's been. And I'm telling you, 1967 was a long time ago. Okay. And you can, flower it as much as you want. You can put all the cosmetics on that you want, make it pretty, make it beautiful. But underneath, man, the only person who knows that is someone who's connecting on a soul level, because you cannot lie to the soul. And it's because we can't lie to the soul is why we can't go out in the universe, because the universal souls operate on the soul basis. So, it's like a guy in Pee Wee hockey trying to tell Wayne Gretzky how to score a goal. Really? Are you kidding? If anybody's going to tell anybody, maybe Wayne Gretzky, could you be a guest at our Pee Wee hockey team and, impart a few tricks on us? So this is the sequence how it goes. And it's not a matter of superiority. It's just a matter of talent and skill and being able to use that talent and skill. This is not a pretentious thing. I'm not here pontificating to you. I'm not here to, show off. There's nothing for me to show off. When you see 93 miles of truckers driving down the highway, that's a sight. And these are big rigs, and there's a little guy inside, and inside him is a little soul. And that's the driver. That soul is the driver. And that soul is connected to all the souls in all the trucks. So you and I, as knowledge seekers, know that. Do you think the truckers know that? No. You know why? Because they're too busy driving their trucks, okay? They have to drive all day long, and then they sleep, and then they drive all day long, and then they sleep. That's what they do, okay? And they have to be attention all the time, because one little misattention and they could have an accident with severe consequences, right? So they are on their game all day long, really, really demanding. But they're willing to do that because they have their freedom. And as long as they had their freedom, they were okay. But then again, you're back to the same thing. Not in my backyard. You got a problem, that's your problem. As long as it's not my problem, I'm okay with it. Now they find out it's their problem, all of a sudden there's this big hoo-ha. Where you been for 2 years? It wasn't important. Now it's important. Well, welcome to the reality. This is all important. And this is what we've been saying in the Knowledge Seekers. The plasma science is very important. And if important is not important, then nothing's important, right? And this is what we need to do. We have all hit an existential crisis. It's not just them, it's not just us, it's all of us. And it's not just on this planet, it's the universe as well. Why? Because there's an inner universe and there's an outer universe. And the energy exchange is based on path link and susceptibility, nearness and proximity. Okay, so if those criteria are met, then there's a connection. And with that connection, you connect to what you want to connect with. And you put a barrier with what you don't want to connect to. And the reason you don't want to connect to is because you need to preserve your energy, right? And so if you allow yourself to lose the energy through the connection, then you start to diminish that energy. So there has to be another connection. If you don't have that connection, then it all stops, right? Sorry, I didn't.
No, it's okay. It's similar to what the Universal Council does, where they create the solution through their souls. Are we going to be using our souls more? And then they see it manifest in the matter state. When you say, how do you get the nations to accept this?
If you're not having any consequences, then there's no motivation, isn't it? You know, a rich person is not worried about the rent. And so we have 12 months of the year, or we have 52 weeks of the year, and depending on how your rent is structured, those are all stress points. So someone somewhere is always worried about the rent. And as long as your rent is covered, you don't mind. But if you have a restaurant where, you know, your rent is $10,000 a month, the cost of your infrastructure is $250,000, and you have 30, 40 staff members, and they say you're going to be shut down for a month. You wonder why 200,000 people in the hospitality industry are out of work. And they can't get in their big rigs and drive to Ottawa and honk their horns. They suffer in silence.
It was amazing how when the universal community made a wish for this war not to happen, you know, in the Ukraine and all this, and all I had seen was articles in the, you know, on the computer and so on, and how it was inevitable and everybody. with it, the next day, I started seeing articles that said, no, it's not inevitable. And this leader said we can work it out. And, the French don't want to go ahead with it. It was just amazing. I thought that was a beautiful demonstration of working through wishes in the soul. I mean, it was almost like within 24 hours, I didn't see any articles opposing it. And then within the next day, when they made that wish in the Universal Council, I started seeing a bunch of different articles being printed there. And they were saying, we can avoid this. It's not a great thing. And NATO doesn't want to go along with it. And, it was just an amazing, not a coincidence, that's for sure.
So Mark, if, all the beauty contestants want peace, right? So, this is kind of a universal thought. Everybody wants peace. Why is it so elusive? So the first answer really is that request is not sincere. Right? If you say, oh, well, okay, so these are all freedom fighters. So if you say, well, we're going to fight this oppression, well, all of a sudden you get a rallying of forces. This is the problem, with humanity. The only way that we can rally, that we understand to rally, is in the physicality. We have a capability of rallying emotionally. We know that. It's proven. They proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. How do you get a 40,000-pound rig driving down the highway for nothing at the owner's expense and the owner's driving? Right? How do you do that? Emotionally. You obviously do that emotionally, because the only thing that really is driving them to drive those big rigs and to buy those big rigs and to work in that dangerous environment is the financial reward. That's been taken away. So what's left? Well, now is the emotional reward. So they're going to fight. But this is a physical emotion. It is an emotion of their feeling towards their role in society, their place within the social structure. And then behold, the rest of the country is supporting them. Behold, so many are organizing, Australia, South America, Europe. Why? Well, first of all, because their media is reporting it and our media is not. So this is interesting. So it's a phenomenon. One of these, crazy Canucks. We've always been crazy Canucks, right? Well, these crazy Canucks met their vanishing point. They drive towards the horizon, and then at the edge of the flat earth, they fall off. It's over. They're done. They're out of work. Park the rigs. Go home. It's finished. They have come to that vanishing point. And they've had all week to think about it as they drive. That's how fast this thing came up. They say, boom, you can't do this anymore. What? It happened on the 15th. Look, it's the 30th. Talk about a movement. This is pretty fast. They started rolling on the 22nd. So within a week, they figured it out. We're sitting here a week and we can't pay our bills and we can't contribute the way we thought we were contributing. And this is acceptable? No, it's not acceptable. So this is all they can do. And I'm glad this is what they're doing, because what's the alternative? We've seen the alternative. They could come up, with their guns blazing. But these guys don't have the guns. If they had the guns, they'd have the criminal records. So they don't have this. That's how you keep your license. So these are hardworking, decent people. And their livelihood has been taken away. And then they realize on the road, they're not alone. So their protest was the jab mandate, And then they get supported from those who've had the jab. And then they get supported from ordinary people. You know, they get supported by nurses, by doctors, by police, by people working in the restaurant, farmers, whatever. It doesn't matter. What matters is freedom. And what price is freedom? Well, for some, they're done. They're all in. The pain is about to hit. But it's hitting all of us. And so this is the Corona dividend, because it's shown us what we didn't want to look at, a broken system.
Okay, I hope someone else will come in. I'm sure that someone must have a question or a comment they'd like to Alexander to comment on.
If not, I'd like to, something came on my mind when Mr. Keshe explained to me what is true freedom. Is to freedom our soul, to let our soul to be free from the cage. And I can add to also to have the unique field of the both souls, soul of physicality inside, protected by the soul of man. And the true freedom is to fly our soul everywhere in the universe. Also came on my mind when my mother, before dying 2 years or 3 years, always she came and used to tell me what was her dreams. And she said, I am dreaming myself flying. And she said, I was not alone. I was with you in a Persian carpet. And maybe now I realize what was this Persian carpet. Maybe is this fly unit. And I was not jealous, but I was curious how my mother can fly and me not. And she was able to fly with me, and I wasn't aware. And step by step, I was also able to discover how beautiful it is to fly in the universe. And after she passed away, I was able to fly with her, and to fly with her on my hands. And I realized that she didn't have weight. In this way, I realized in my dream that it was a dream and it was not reality. But I know also from her that all dreams are real. And maybe this life on this earth is also a dream. And we are dreaming here on this earth. And what is real is when we are in dream, maybe. And reality, the true reality is to have this freedom of our soul. This is our true reality and true freedom. This is my thought, and I like to share with you. And as you know, before knowing the fly unit, I travel with this fly unit. I have seen this fly unit, and I fly with it. it was amazing for me. I never share with you, but I feel like sharing because maybe my mother before acknowledged this. She said Persian carpet. And for me, this was a symbol for this fly unit. I'm so happy that my mother helped me to fly. And she put on my soul this true freedom to fly, to freedom our soul. It's so beautiful to do this. So we have to cooperate to get to the humanity this true freedom to fly, to give freedom to our soul. This is a true nature. And we have to seek this true nature, our true freedom. Thank you. I don't want to monopolize and to talk, but I want to freedom my soul and to tell you what I have on my soul. Thank you very much.
Hi, can I say something, Alex?
Oh, by all means, please.
I feel like that we are everywhere, all level. It is my experience. I feel we are in all dimensions. So our choice is here to experience physical life and material life. So we are experienced in here, but our connection is everywhere because source and we are not different. Everything is one, and there is level, different kinds of level. So some of us can connect another level, maybe 2 or 3 level more, maybe more, and some of can, but we are doing unknowingly sometimes, but we don't recognize, we don't say we do. But connection is there, everything is there, but we are experiencing this life. And if we want to manifest something, yes, we need to thought, our emotion, our feelings can develop a thing in here, materialize. So everything is one, everything in is one. So if we want to do something in here, so we have to keep in our mind that thought, we want that, and we have to feel that emotion, it is happening. And then sometimes later we will see that thing happen. It is the way. And we are not disconnected. That is the main point is there. And our emotion making everything. So that's all. Thank you.
Yes, I think when we come to this collective awareness of the ability of the soul, and you get so many millions of people or billions of people concentrating or thinking on the same line of what they want to see manifested, these manifestations will happen quite quickly.
Yes, we are all universal. We are all universal. So our thought, our emotion, our feelings, everything works. So just take time. And sometimes I tell everybody to relax, and let the soul to work. Keep the emotion, keep the feelings inside, and then let the soul to work. That's it. Everything will be happen, whatever we want.
Yes, when we start learning to give from our souls. in this collective awareness. Yes.
I had a unique experience this weekend as well. The whole convoy is a unique experience. Let me tell you something. This is your grandkids will ask you where were you when this happened. But I had a chance, thanks to modern technology, to see a truck that was pulling out of British Columbia. And I recognized this truck because he drove by my front door on Friday. And then yesterday I seen him in Ottawa. So I have literally seen his truck in 3 different locations. So it's perfectly normal, right? Because he was driving a truck. Hello, he's driving on the highway, and the highway's going from BC to Ottawa. So, you know, he's just following the path. But the thing is, I didn't see him do that in between the points that I saw him. So for my rationalization of this observation, I would have to have trust in knowing that he was, before I seen him in British Columbia, he made a decision to get into his truck, make preparations, and get on the road to the point where I seen his picture. And then I had to trust in knowing that from there to when I seen him on Friday, he drove. I can imagine where he drove, but I have to trust that he did that, because guess what? He manifested physically on Friday. And then on Saturday, I seen his picture in Ottawa. And then I had to trust in knowing, that he followed that road. Now, my physical understanding of this whole process was that he was driving this truck and he was driving down the highway. And as they say, with the rubber on the road, right? That's the way you want to drive. However, that's based on my knowledge. That's based on my understanding.
Yes.
How do I know that he didn't fly down there?
Yeah. It can manifest anywhere, and not only one place.
But
Everywhere.
that limitation is my awareness, my understanding, and my belief.
Yes.
And he did not go from British Columbia to Ottawa based on my belief. So my belief has nothing to do with this whole process.
It is his work, and your emotion only to see him.
Right. So the manifestation of my belief, of my emotion, was his physical manifestation in front of me.
Yes.
But these drivers have no idea at this point in time, and they're only getting a taste of it, is the worldwide impact that they've had. All they have seen is the many, many people that have been on the side of the road. And it doesn't seem like it's an awful lot of people. And the reason for that, it's a big country with a few people. So, you know, we don't have to stand shoulder to shoulder. When the crowd comes together, you know, we are still, you know, far apart. But as you can see by the pictures, that's a lot of people. So if you want to know what Canadians were doing this weekend, the happiness for me is that more Canadians are now aware of the crisis that is ahead of us.
You are proud of them. I am feeling your proudness in my heart.
We were so busy with the cell phones, between the telegram messages, between the text messages, between the phone calls. You can't believe it. 5 hours, I'm sitting there and my head's on a swivel. And I was exhausted at the end of it because it was nonstop work. They were coming so fast, and we knew when they were west, we knew when they were east, we knew when they arrived, we knew what people were saying around the world, and I mean around the world, all continents, all continents. So that includes South America, Australia, India, all over the place. They have no idea what's going to befall them. But this is one thing that we do know, that they showed up and someone did. It's not over. And this is a good thing, okay? Because this is not really the battleground. We want freedom and emancipation for everyone, not just the patriots on earth, but the universal patriots as well. Patriots are not limited to their country. Patriots are limited to their ethos.
Yes.
And the ethos of the universe wants life to live. And in order for life to live, it has to be happy. And we all want to be happy, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that. So there was an absolute beauty happening on the highways. You have to be there. It's an event, massive event. It's not over. We'll see what happens. I'm not banging their drum. They bang their own drum. They honk their own horn. I'm just saying this is representative of what's going on. This is only the tip of the iceberg. And we are heavily involved in this whole thing because as a space organization, we are bringing the capabilities to everyone. Peace and prosperity to everyone. Whoever's opposed to this there's something wrong. I don't see anything wrong with that picture. Does anybody see anything wrong with that picture? Peace and prosperity and happiness, freedom.
No. Our souls with them too.
Absolutely. And when they find this out, and they will find this out because the souls communicate, then you see a change. So, we're not the only country really sitting on the sidelines. We just have to wake up and find out that we are part of the rest of the world, and the rest of the world is watching. So we have to watch back. If a member in my community cannot pay for my goods and services, then I cannot sell my goods and services. So my customer's best interest is my best interest. And that's a purely selfish attitude. But that's my community. What happens if it's the neighboring country? Or what happens if it's the neighboring continent? Well, now we have what happens if it's the neighboring universe. And is that possible? Well, of course, because all what we know is if he left BC, that's in my mind what he was born. And when I seen him, then he was in my physicality. And when I seen him in Ottawa, that's when he was gone. But there's a before he was born and there's an after when he was gone. And I'm not seeing that. That's part of his reality. So there's another reality that I'm not a part of. However, I am contributing in many ways. So I am part of it. So I'm not seeing how I'm part of it. I don't have to see it. I just trust in the process. Why? Because the universe provides. The universe provides. And it provides whatever you need. So if we don't trust that, then the energy won't flow. So this is the basic insight that I wanted to impart today. I hope you're enjoying our little travels across the country here. It's quite an exciting time. And as you can see by the schedule here, we're going to be talking about these things in the context of the plasma science. So I want to thank everybody for attending today and allowing me to make this presentation. And, if you're driving down the road, you got to stay between the gutters, okay? So let's all look out for ourselves. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mark.
Very good. I thought that point that Salomia brought up was very interesting to contemplate, that the soul is just dreaming this. It just seems so far out, but I know Mr. Keshe has said many times, and we all know that the physicality is the illusion and the reality is the dream state. So it's just, and when we go to sleep, that's where we go into the dream state. Usually, most of us, or at least have some sort of experience. Sometimes we remember it and sometimes we don't. But a very interesting observation or contemplation. That could be the soul's just dreaming this, but it just seems so real. Very interesting, Salomia. Thank you for adding to the knowledge or the contemplation of the knowledge. Would anyone else? Yes. Would anyone else like to come in and voice any sort of statement or thoughts about what we've heard today? And we know we're all present here.
Mark, may I say something? Do we finish here or not? I'd like to make a wish.
I know Danilo had his mic open there, Salomia, but
Yes.
Would you like to come in, Danilo, and then you can follow Salomia? Maybe he just opened it by mistake. Yeah, by mistake, sorry. No problem. No problem at all. Go ahead, Salomia.
So my wish is to elevate the heart of people which we not see, which are behind all the leaders. We used to say an unpleasant word, people which like to manipulate others. And it's necessary to put this wish and also to elevate the heart of kings and queens. They created a biological family on this earth, and they consider that we belong to them, but we are free. Our soul is free, and we wish to elevate their soul to understand the truth that all we have the freedom, and we are free of belonging to somebody. I am free. I do not belong to this biological family of kings and queens, and of these people rich, which would like to control us, to manipulate us. So elevate their soul to understand that it's time to stop to control us and manipulate all the leaders. It's time to get peace in their heart and to let us to get our peace on our heart and on our mind for abundance, prosperity. Just loving us is enough, and loving themselves. And our unique goal as a family, humane family, is to be connected in the reality as we are at the soul level. We are already connected with the Creator, with everything. Just leave people to be connected, and in this dream in our earth, to manifest this connection in a model, societal model, in which we cooperate instead of competition, on conflict and on fight. We do not need conflicts. We do not need competition. This is a bad things on this earth to compete. We need to cooperate, collaborate, based on our common goals, common denominator, which are freedom of our soul, prosperity, abundance for everybody. Universe has enough for all souls. Okay, I finished. I hope you are with me on this wish.
We are. We don't want to see any harm come to the world leaders other than their enlightenment and the elevation of their souls. As we talked earlier in another meeting, it's not our ethos to punish anyone, because then if you release the soul and it's in that particular condition as it's in now, that soul is going to create another cycle exactly what it did here. So Salamia, do you want to consolidate your wish into just maybe a sentence or two?
Yes, elevation of the controllers of this earth with the help of our mother Mitra and of the Creator. Thank you very much.
Well, I can say I am present in your beautiful, excellent wish.
I am present.
I am present.
I'm present.
I'm present.
I am present.
I am present.
Present, Sonia.
Thank you. And you don't even need to confirm it with your physical voice. You can confirm it with your soul. We don't even need to speak it in the physicality. But thank you very much for being present and adding your field strength to her beautiful wish. Would anyone else like to add anything else before we close the meeting? Maybe today we will end a little bit earlier than usual. I'm going to play the new tomorrow and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. It'll be posted in the Telegram in an hour or two, whenever it's rendered. We continue the private teachings during the week, and there's many public teachings to attend. I know on Tuesday we have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. And of course, Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. is the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. Thursday, we have the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, as well as TV Galactica, which has brought in many, many people. And there's plenty of other public meetings to join. Even if you don't speak the language, you can add your field strength to the meeting just by your presence. So we're learning so much more, and there's so much more to learn as we continue to find out more about ourselves, our creator, and all these different dimensions that some of this knowledge we're not ready for, but Mr. Keshe is preparing us to be ready for it. And in the future, as we move along on this beautiful, beautiful journey. And I would say as these units start to come out and we see the processing and growing of limbs and so on and so forth, that it's going to be one beautiful time on this planet where people are being fed through fields, and so many other things are going to go through some massive changes. Don't know if it's going to take place all at once, but I think it's a process that'll happen over time. And again, depending on how the leaders respond, the religious as well as the world leaders, and they're fully aware of what's about to take place on this planet. So as Mr. Keshe asked them to do, would to be get ready for this change that they all know is about to take place when the Mekti announces himself, which should be right around the corner. I know it's the 30th. I think there's one day left, and then we do have 22 days in February, and we're looking forward to this announcement of the promised one. So thank you all for joining. Alex, thank you for another beautiful presentation, and all the knowledge seekers as we continue on this beautiful journey that up to a few years ago, most of us weren't even aware that another dimension, or we thought it was so far away, but now we're right here with a beautiful universal teacher, Mr. Keshe, and explaining more in detail as we go through this process. So thank you all for joining. If there's no other comments, I will play the New Tomorrow from Lisa in Australia. We elevate their souls as well. And of course, thank you, Alex, for all your support for what's going on in your country. And we elevate the truckers and all the people in Canada, as well as all over the world and the universe as well. I think our souls can do that sort of work without a lot of effort. So thank you all.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with a new field, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal. And the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same. till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the field of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of knowledge seekers, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
I saw Mr. Keshe come back in. If you can hear the soul of me and you'd like to deliver any message to us, we can pause everything until you arrive. I don't know if it was a connection problem or you're just here as a knowledge seeker, but either way, we appreciate your presence, and especially this big project you're working on throughout the universe. Very interesting as well. We'll all be able to move between the two dimensions of energy and the dimension of physicality. And all the creation becomes equal in so many ways. So this is a big project. And as he said, we expect man's physicality to change quite substantially over the next century or so. So let's just pause for a moment. If Mr. Keshe comes back in, fine. And if not, I'll play the final disclaimer. Feel free to add anything you may have not added while we were in the meeting per se. We're still in the meeting.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.